Hello everyone and welcome into yet another live stream. Let me just do one more thing for a second, if I may. First of all, there we go. Everything on the other screen should go down. Right, festive. Now, what I'll also need is this copy. Right, and checkups at streams. There we go. Alright, so hello everyone and... Okay, sound's working. Hello everyone and welcome into yet another live stream. And today we will be game making again. Here's the thing. With any sort of project, when it comes to any sort of project in which you would add things, right, just add, over time you accumulate a lot of garbage in that project. That's just standard, that's just how the things are. Over time, the more you work on it, the more garbage you get. Like, the best people out there can get very little garbage, and because of that, the final project is very good. But in our case, I just had a lot of garbage. A lot of garbage in our project. That's why today we have two options. Either we'll clean it up, or we have to not make any more garbage. And since not making more garbage is easier than cleaning up garbage, I will just make a new project. I feel like, yeah. Desktop quality preset maximum, default to enable scalable. I like scalable more because that means quicker, and I like quicker, and I'm fine with my game won't look that fantastic anyway, because I'll have to model a level, and because of that I know it will that will reduce the quality a bit. Unpaid uprising. This is our project. Game files create. Yes, we are creating project. Here's the thing, they actually have a list. I actually have a list of all the things we need to do. Can I somehow pin the OBS? Oh, it's on top. Festive. Lovely. Alright, so here's the thing. I made a list of all the things that we have to prepare for today's... Oh, yeah, I didn't say... I don't have a map. Oh, well. All the things that we need to prepare. And we will start with the first one, which is the coolest one, guns. Let's be real, we all love guns. So here's the thing. When it comes to gun preparations, we will need to go into our Blender gun file, because here's the thing. I found a person online with models. Let me show you what I mean. First we'll go into weapons and weapons blend. Now, no, I cannot have it. Stay on top. That's always on top. There we go. This person is called the Black Ghost, and it's actually pretty sick because you see they just make models of weapons, of futuristic weapons, for free. That's it. They just do it for free. For free, they create models. Every now and then they do release stuff which isn't downloadable, but most of it, as you can see, every single one that has an icon like this, that it's downloadable, and it's crazy. As you can see, I just created an account only to follow them. That's why I created account only to follow the thing, and I mean it's ridiculous. Those weapons, like some of them look a bit more low poly, like for example this breacher, right? But if you take a look at this one, that's ridiculous. It's low quality because it's still loading. It's ridiculous. It's insane. And that's what we'll use in our game. And the problem is that this is a weapon, by the way, right here. As you can see, I can switch to thing. I loaded it in. Oh boy, I have to get. Oof, I have to switch once again from Unreal Engine to Blender. I loaded it in, but there's a bit of an issue. Delete all of those first. Armature, yeah, it has armature. Don't question why the gun has armature. The point is, it's just easier. First of all, it's convenient to move like this. I just added this little armature in order to help with the animations. But at the same time, then you can import it as a skeletal mesh, which allows you to manipulate it further. It doesn't matter. The point is, we have actually a bit of an issue, because you see it has 4 different materials. That is a bit of an issue, because it preferably should have 1. I'm pretty certain all the models in Unreal Engine, well, I'm not pretty certain, I just have no idea how to add multiple materials to a single model in Unreal Engine. Because of that, we just need 1. Now, merging together materials is not an easy task. Actually, let me look up Blender merge materials together. Is there like a plugin or something? How to combine all materials into one? There is just a tutorial on YouTube.
Hello and welcome. I was going to select to get all the faces that use that material. Now what we could do is just go to object mode and then remove all of these, but then they end up using just one material that has just a color, so they all end up having one color. So we will have to use a UV map with a texture to save the individual colors. This is what, for example,
you're not doing it automatically, are you? Okay.
I'm gonna split and add a UV view.
You are not doing it automatically, are you?
I'm just gonna use Rainfield's example texture as an example. If we go back to edit mode,
you are no. Okay, so I thought more of a automatic plugin, because I know how to do it manually. Doing it manually is easy. Well, it's simple, not easy. That's the issue. It's very simple, but at the same time, it's a really annoying process. Try this material. The scene looks like this. Second object looks like this. How to merge second object group no. Combine all materials into one. That's the same thing. Replace with you. I like the fact that you added an answer into this title in order so that people can know what they expect. That's very lovely, actually. Combine materials in Blender. Is there?
Hey there, you handsome son of a. Looks like some sort of. Do this.
Are you doing it with UV map? You are doing it with UV map.
Press U and click on Smart UV Project, because your smart mode is selected in each and your only.
That's the issue. The problem with that approach is that in case of our gun, as you can see, the texture is way more detailed, and not only detail. I mean, it has stuff like these, and I'm pretty certain. Don't prove me wrong right now, because I'll look silly in front of all of my online friends. When it comes to, well, maybe I am wrong. Wait, am I really wrong? No, impossible. Black shadows only for the forward thing right here. Black coat. Okay, so black coat, grey coat, black coat. Okay, it's using only normals. Still a bit of an issue, but I think we could kind of handle that. Okay, so we have, this is what the color of the gun looks like here. Now on the next one, this is what it looks like. As you can see, quite different. Over here, this is what it looks like. It's just yellow. That's the simplest one. And over here, this is what it looks like. So what we need to do is we need to remap this entire gun. Oh boy, I can't wait. This is, oh, this right here, this is a normal. As you can see, it's a flat face right? If I can, it's a flat face. You can see these triangles because it's a normal. And if we go to the normal, then you will see that. There we go. Wait, are all of those normals the same or are they different? They are different. Ah, it's fine. It's not. Okay. We could just merge those images, right? No? This is a problem. And it is a bit annoying. Can I just add to Unreal Engine object with many materials? Export Blender to Unreal Engine with many materials. How about that? Yeah, materials.
So
yeah, but
first-
my issue is wrapping and not materials exactly. My issue is the fact that they have a single texture or multiple.
Hello, it's Marco here. I'm LazyX. Metallic.
You have
Metal
multiple.
plane, come over into shading,
Okay.
and we can see that we've got the texture mat plugged into the roughness, but we also have it going into a color ramp, and that's going into a metallic. Now, if you get one thing out of this video, this is very important. This will not work. Do you understand? This will not work. Now, the reason for it not working is because there is a color ramp. Textures need to be plugged into the principal shader directly. The normal, but anything rough, it will everything. Because this is another thing to remember. You can do.
How do you just? Oh
but
yeah, you have multiple
also
parts. Okay,
So
makes sense.
what I'm going to do is do the or the two. And this is our scene. I'm going to explore. Come back. Business.
Wait, you are
export.
you are importing it as a
whole. From here in here.
as all
Select all
parts.
these. Select all the mesh. Let's click and drag and dump it in here.
Huh,
And-
that's actually not okay. I thought that maybe I should import. Maybe that was the problem, that I was just. Huh. Well then, I actually screwed up already. I didn't screw up. There's not that big of an issue. The thing is, I thought I should import it as a single object, which clearly isn't the case. Which it was C7 tactical shotgun, if I'm not mistaken. And maybe importing as many objects would be a fix. Yeah, actually, I don't see a problem with that, because later on we will make a child blueprint subgun child machine blueprint. And that blueprint we can actually smash everything together. There we go. This is a gun. Not mine. I'm going to use it. Now export as FBX, because it's great whenever you have something that works to export it again. Actually, I should be able to import GLB right away, right? So if we were to just go to content, create new folder and name it player, and then go in and then create new folder and name it weapons, and then go in over here, we'll have all the basic stuff and folders for everything, like for the C7 tactical. There we go. Yeah, I can just go directly. Alright, import default settings for now. Oh my, you really scared me with this. There's so much text. I was completely ready for it to fail. There we go, this is without the ammo, but yeah, it looks quite rather lovely. It's completely imported. So the thing that we will do, because obviously importing all of those, I mean getting them in there like this, that's already set up to fail. Don't say that. What we'll do instead is we'll create just an actor blueprint, which we'll call BP Gun Master, whatever. Later on we'll have to use different names because Gun Master is very general. And now copy all of these, like this. Actually, no, first open the gun master. Down. Like so. Perfection. Now we can drop it in, compile. And now we don't have to drag in all of them, only one. And boom. That's much better. Look at that. Oh, that's so amazing. It's so ridiculously well done. And it's low poly. It's just ridiculous. Alright. There we go. We got the gun. We'll have to change it up a bit. And by a bit I mean a lot. Let's save everything too. Because I like it when things are safe. And now what we'll do is we should rename these. So rename BP area BP what? It should be BP master. Master will basically mean a blueprint in order to keep things nice and tidy. Let me remind you to military, because I prefer, you know, those kind of names instead of C7R tactical. My brain is small, right? I need simple things to remember. Deventer. And now over here we need something smaller. Submachine gun, I'm guessing. Should be small, tiny, little. Import. I think I might be correct. Yeah. Submachine. It is a submachine gun after all. Save everything. Festive. Blueprint actor BP underscore master underscore deventer. Opened up. And throw it in. Perfection. And now we have two guns. We have this gun. And we have this gun. Both of them do nothing so far. I know this one seems like it's large, but in game we'll use it as a small one. Like this. There we go. Yeah, so far they do nothing, absolutely nothing, but don't worry, they will do something soon. The thing is, I feel like I still should follow a tutorial. I'm still too early into this to do anything on my own, because I would be able to do stuff on my own. They are easy. The issue is I would accumulate a lot of garbage and, well, there isn't any code involved. Normally I would say garbage code, but there is no code, so garbage mechanics. That's what I would do. That's why instead we'll have to not do it ourselves, but at the same time following a tutorial blindly is a bad idea because you don't learn a single thing. That's why I would like to give everything my own names. That's something that I always do. I give things my own names and then I have to know what they do because otherwise I'll just get lost. So let's call it first person. This will be for everything first person related. We will have blueprints and then we will have also at the same time visual. There we go. Festive. Don't quit save map saving. Save these. Okay, so this only saves map. And also another thing, another person I found online, it's really cool, is I hope that they don't mind the fact that I'll use their video on stream. To be fair, it will be in very much low quality. And I mean, you can go and watch it yourself, obviously. It will be in low quality because if you want to watch it in full quality, then go watch their channel, Octahedron. But basically, an amazing. These tutorials are just straight up amazing. This is ridiculous. Really often when you watch tutorials, then you feel like you know more than the person who is making the tutorial. But over here, you can. This is such professional. I am not using these tutorials because I don't know how to make these things. I'm using these tutorials because Octahedron is so professional about their workflow. It's ridiculous. Everything is so clean, tidy, and nice that I just love it. I want my things to be clean, tidy, and nice too. That's why we're using actually this one for the setup. Later on, we will obviously do our own things, but for now, I kind of cannot really. First, we'll start the character BP player. I do believe. Yeah, I do believe this will be fine. Now, the way they do it in the tutorial is a bit different. They set up a project. They set up a normal project with already starting things in order to modify them in a way that, you know, actually is decent. But in my case it will be different, because in my case I will just do everything from the blank projects, which is a bad idea, won't lie. I wouldn't recommend. But at the same time it means I have to import what we need, which is this. Import animations, yes. Exported time, yes. Import all. And over here, animations idle can just chill there for now. Entire thing is wide, we'll have to fix it at some point, but we don't have to fix it now. Alright, so what's happening? What you doing?
Moving on to blueprint cleanup.
Excuse me, what?
You'll need to go through and adjust the rate scale of each animation asset. as
Okay, we
needed.
have only one animation,
I'll
so you
display all
know.
the values I'm using on screen now.
Oh boy, that's a lot of animations. I'll have
Next,
to make
we'll
them
create
probably.
montages for all of the one-shot animations we'll be using. In this case, it'll be all of them except for FP idle. After creating the montage assets, set each one to play in the arms montage slot. Then go through and adjust their blend in, blend out values as needed. Again, I'll show.
Excuse me, how now where? And when what?
After creating the montage on scale of each choose mannequin arms as the target.
What did I miss?
and
Oh
select
wait.
import
Yeah,
all.
sure.
You'll need to go through and adjust the rate scale of each animation asset as needed. I'll display all the values I'm using
Yes,
on screen
speed.
now.
My animation speed is.
Next, we'll create montages for all of the
good enough.
one-shot animations we'll be using. In this case,
Oh, the only one you didn't make didn't make a montage for was the FP Idol, which is interesting because that's the only one I made actually. All right, let's make some more animations then. Not that much of a problem. And off with this, and instead we will need arms. In sources, character arms. Would I FPS idle? Yeah, it's a good one as a starting point. Now we will need to make some more animations. What animations did you actually use? I'm wondering. Just out of curiosity, you know, just like.
we'll use throughout this tutorial. Drag the contents of choose mannequin arms as the target skeleton.
Yes.
And select import all. You'll need to go through and adjust the rate scale.
That's
animation
what I was
asset
looking
as
for.
needed.
Okay, so you may, I mean, equip fire grenade, yeah, makes sense. Idle, all right. Inspect to. I suppose it should be different kind of inspect, but I don't know if I'll need two kinds of. I don't know if I'll need inspect. Melee, reload, stow. Okay, so equip fire grenade. Equip fire grenade, melee, reload, stow. Those are the ones that we need. So first fire. For fire, I think it should be simple enough. First of all, we will create a new fire blend. There we go. I like creating new ones because then I'm not worried about losing the animations. I'm not good at animating and I want to repeat that process. Let's make it 7 frames. It has to be quick. To be fair, we should have probably... Well, right now we're making only for the heavy weapons because there will be different kinds of weapons. Each weapons have their own animations. So we have... We should rename them then. We should rename them. Inside arms, we should have FPS fire heavy. And we should have idle heavy. Because for light we will have to set up different animations. Probably also do it today, but not now. So fire should be simple enough. First of all, we just delete all the keyframes, and then we just I mean, it really should be simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I suppose. This and this go back and a bit down. Now up again. And let's move it up like this to actually check his animation. Okay. Maybe first should be quick and then should be slow. It looks dumb. Oh yeah, because there's no additional movement on it. Yeah, I suppose that is true. We could just, you know, do something like this. Huh. What? What's the difference between those two? I don't think there's any difference. And these ones are just as a head. Alright then. Actually, I suppose this could be neat. I do believe these timings are decent, which means that on 12 we return. So right now we could get these two to our location rotation keyframe on 12, and then on 3 this could rotate a bit to the right and this could go a bit down. The thing is, the hand won't be visible. That should be mentioned. The hand won't be visible, the arm won't be visible. But this gun is static. I don't quite like that. But at the same time, I know that if I change it, I'll have some issues later on with the gun. Oh, it's because I animated the wrong thing. Whoops. Delete these, and this one should be animated. Going a bit lower. Yeah. And this will be, we'll use the FPS fire only for the heavier shots. For the light shots, I don't want there to be any movement because, well, the basic idea, I really like the contrast, well, not quite the contrast, only the opposite idea of, you know, you being a very heavy bot, heavy murdering machine, MMM, and moving like a spider monkey. Because, you know, when you have something heavy that's moving at these ridiculous speeds, that means it's probably very strong. Export FBX, character arms, no, exported arms, and arms fire heavy, export. Cool, so you got fire. Next on our list of 5 more cool things is this grenade, melee, reload, stow. On our list of 4 things, I'm sorry. Grenade, melee, reload, stow. So, grenade. Grenade. How do you throw a grenade when you're holding a weapon as such? I'm just trying to figure it out, you know, like, if you're holding a massive thing on your right, how would you throw a grenade? From the weapon, maybe. That's an idea. Actually, not that bad of an idea. Yeah, for now we'll just leave fire and that as the same thing, which means the next one will be melee. Yeah, melee is a must-have, because when you have a gun, then it's silly that you can only shoot. Now the gun will be bound to this bone right here. This is the bone where the gun will stay. So however this moves, the gun moves with the thing, which is reasonable because this is the inverse kinematic bone, right? Now when it comes to melee, I feel like melee is usually just this. Maybe halfway. This hand going like so. Yeah, and this one going from its basic position to forward and hitting someone with the gun. And now I would also like to get the full animation and everything. So this forward. Alright, which means we start with basic, end with basic, and on 6 we move this like so. And then we could also move this even further. But we have to remember that this has to stay on the opposite side of the gun, which means this has to rotate like so appropriately. Yep, my mistake. Wrong bone. This one will be much better because this one rotates actually everything. Which means we stay, and on 6 we rotate. I feel like if it wasn't that even, maybe you shouldn't be even on the other side, like this, maybe. I have to understand that it will be way quicker. We will adjust the animation speed later on. But yeah, export FBX, which will be melee, heavy. Heavy should be, it should be FPS heavy melee, but oh well, too late now. Not too late, but I'm lazy, so I turned off the tutorial. Oops. What else was there? Stow. Do we need stow? No, you'll always have your, although we do need it for the weapon change, which basically work like this. You'll get your arms down, and yeah, we will need weapon change. So we'll need weapon change down and weapon change up, because you'll always have a weapon. I really want it to be like Doom, you know, you always have a weapon. If you don't want a weapon, you shouldn't have played this game. Which means delete frames first. Oh, I didn't move the rest. Oh well, it's fine. So here's the thing. Weapon change will have down and weapon change up. Weapon change down will be simple because it will be just them going down. Them going down and to this maybe. There we go. Yeah, just down like this. And then moving up with another weapon. So this file export. It's melee. I overrode the animation. There we go. And now save it as instead of melee. change down, which means we go in for the pose, remove all the keyframes, start with the starting position. These invest kinematics really do help to animate these, it's really easy. And just change. This will be... We can also move the body a bit, because I feel like body movement helps. So from this to this. Yep, export. Wait, was I even exporting the right things? I didn't have them selected in any of the export. Fudge sticks. Whoops. Whoopsie. That's why it's good to save as multiple files. I didn't have any of them selected in any of the exporting. So, okay. Here's what we're gonna do. First change, okay, change down we'll save as a new one, change up, which should be very easy to do because we'll just, well, reverse the animation. There we go. And now change down, change up, fire, melee. And here's... Alright, don't scare me like that. We need to right now export them all, which basically means in object mode we need to select all of these. And everything... like this. FBX, FPS melee heavy. This is melee heavy, character arms, no, in exported. Exported arms, there we go, with armature without add leaf bones and selected objects. Export. Now the next one, which is fire heavy. Fire heavy, in which case we once again want to export as FBX with no leaf bones, only selected objects, fire heavy. I exported the wrong place, but it's fine, we can just copy. Now heavy. TF2 heavy weapons guy. In not arms, only exported right away. Arms, this without leaf bones and selected objects, export. Lovely, and change up should be the last one if I'm not mistaken, unless I forgot about something, but I don't think I did. All of those do seem to be selected. Export FBX, exported. Oh, this one actually started in the correct place, that's good. Selected objects. Not melee, only change up. And now let's move it from the arms. This FBX fire heavy. Here, lovely, festive. Now what we'll do is we will first person heavy. This one should be renamed to heavy. Move. There we go. And now we just have to import all of those with the mesh, with skeletal mesh being this, with animation exported time, yeah, import all. Oh, it worked, okay. Oh, scared me. Why did I... That's incorrect actually, this one should be FPS idle. I just realized I This one is the animation. Idle rename heavy. There we go. We have all the animations now. We will need, hopefully. We may need more. So now this and animation setup.
And select Import All.
Yes.
You'll need to go through and adjust the rate scale of each animation asset as needed.
Okay, so we have to adjust the rate scale, which I mean we do. I did just make those animations, but no, can I guess I cannot open more than one. All right. I feel like that's actually decent for a weapon change. This quick, right? Like, yeah, it's actually very decent. This. Well, this is the same length, so yeah, same speed. Over here we should change the speed to 2.3. We will also probably have, I'm guessing, oh, that's actually a good idea. Depending on like how heavy the shot is itself, the animation speed will change. So the heavier the shot, the slower the animation. Idle heavy, I actually like that. And melee. Faster, come on. There we go. All the
I'll
animations
display
ready.
the values I'm using on screen now. Next, we'll create montages for all of the one-shot animations we'll be using.
Got it. One-shot animations, I'm guessing, means those. Because they only have them once. So create montage. Create a montage. Perfect.
In this case, it'll be all of them except for FPI, one-shot animations we'll be using. In this case, it'll be all of them except for FP idle. After creating the montage assets, set each one to play in the arms montage slot.
Set each one to place in the arms montage shot. Okay. Slow down now. Hey there, partner. How about we slow down a bit? Dispenser. Put dispenser here. What do you exactly mean by playing the what and how and where now? For what and what?
Animations we'll be using. In this case, it'll be all of them except for
Okay, here's the thing. I don't do use that that often, but slot name default group arms. Slot name default group default slot. How do you new slot? I feel like I should create a new slot. What is this slot though? That's exactly why you shouldn't do exactly what the tutorials tell you, because then you are great at following a tutorial, not that great at learning from the tutorial. Because right now I can just Google Unreal Engine 5 montage slots. What do that do? What do that do? Oh! See, helpful. Because right now we can go to animation and animation blueprint and call it animation blueprint underscore FPS. Open it up and add a slot. How do you comment stuff, by the way? Unreal Engine comment node tree, if I may. Control Alt for more. No, Control Alt is press C. Oh. I know that you can like draw this. Comment. Comment indeed. Default slot, no. Create slot in montage. How do you add a new slot? Animation graph, macros, fun animation. You can add macros, that's neat. For calculating the proxy areas in your animation blueprint, you can insert one of animations. This can be accomplished by using slots, which are nodes that you can add to animation various points. Taking your sequence and provides an overview. Animation slot manager. Window animation. Add slot and let's call it FPS arms slot. Slot FPS arms. This here. A slot default slot and slot name. So you have to add a default slot like this and then change it to the FPS arm slot. There we go. Alright, festive. Oh yeah, now that's what we were doing, I remember. Over here we change it to the FPS arm slot. We change all of them to FPS arms, right?
Creating the montage assets.
Okay, I'm sorry, that was...
In this case, it'll be all of them except for FP idle. After creating the montage assets, set each one to play in the arms montage slot. Then go through and adjust their blend in, blend out values as needed.
Blend out. Blend in. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's how they. Oh, that's convenient. I would rather actually set them after I'm done in order to then see, you know, how they work, because I feel like that would be. Is this really how it's supposed to work? Because all this animation disappeared. I'm scared.
Idle. After creating
Okay,
the
they also
montage
disappeared here.
assets,
That's good.
Set each one to play in the arms montage slot. Then go through and adjust their blend in, blend out values as needed.
Yeah, I will
Again,
later
I'll
on,
show the
because right
values
now
I'm
I
using for each on screen.
have no idea how will they affect it.
We're also going to import a custom skeleton to be used for procedural camera animation down the line. Drag and drop SK camera from the downloaded tutorial assets into a new folder called skeletons in your project's content browser. Moving on.
Excuse me, did you just import a camera skeleton which is just made out of... I mean, I can do it if you want. Fine. What do I care? Not like it's hard. FPS camera skeleton. That's, yeah. I mean, it's not as it's hard. You can just do it like this. Delete all of those. And then just add armature. Done. file export FBX, because they imported a skeleton which only had the root bone. That's what it is. And I don't know if I have to even import selected only because there's nothing else to import. Don't add leaf bones and arms exported. FPS camera. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Save, yeah, we need this and need to be saved because I don't want to repeat making that. There we go. And fail to create assets. Okay, so maybe you didn't just import
That's into
only
a new
that.
folder. Drag and drop SK used using for procedural camera animation down the line. We're also going to import a custom skeleton
Very sorry for that.
to be used for procedural camera animation down the line.
Maybe I do have to tweak these. Oh no, it just crashes right away. To create asset. Take import type. No mesh is found or animation track. You need a mesh. I mean, I can get you a mesh if you want. Like if you really want a mesh, I can get you a mesh. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I enjoy meshes just as much as the next person. I can. This seems like a bad fix for some reason, doesn't it? It feels like that's not how you're supposed to fix this problem. It was raining outside, so peaceful. Alright. Walks! Skeletal mesh, imported. It's. Oh, wait, no. Then don't. I don't import. You only imported the static mesh. Yeah, that's not what we need. We need literally the opposite of that. We need this. I don't know. Not this skeleton. None. Yes. Without any animation. Yes. That's true. It's a bit suboptimal because our skeletal mesh has a square.
Drag and drop SK camera from the downloaded tutorial assets into a new folder called Drag and drop SK camera.
Root camera, that's all you have. That's really... Okay, if I open this up, what do we get? Skeleton tree. We have only a plane. Is that the issue? You had only a plane when in reality you should have the root and camera bone. Might be. Alright, well then I'm deleting you. Force delete. And inside Blender, this is the third time I'm exporting fucking single bone. It's quite ridiculous. We will have you will be root, and what you call the next one? Camera, because I just want to make sure that, you know, it works. And how do you even...
From the downloaded tutorial assets into a new folder called Skeletons in your project's content browser. Moving on to Blueprint Clean.
Oh, I just switched the now. Okay. Bone. I want this to be a root bone actually, and this one to be a camera bone. Maybe it will work. Object. Export FBX. It's actually kind of weird for me that you cannot just drag and drop things straight from Blender to Unreal. I mean, not straight from Blender, obviously, but like Blender files. Because considering that Blender is open source, right? And considering just how massive Unreal Engine is, I'm guessing there are already some plugins to import .blend files. I mean, the Unreal Engine is importing all of them anyway. It's not like you can just drop an FBX and load it in FBX. No, it gets the FBX and it changes it to something that Unreal Engine can work with easier. because efficiency, because no, it's a really good engine. Delete this, only armature, selected objects, armature, don't add leaf bones, import, and now please walk, just please. Obviously you didn't. No boy. How can I add new skeletal mesh something? No? No? That's not how it, no? Okay, cool. Well, then we'll have to skip that step.
Up now. We'll first open the first person anim BP.
First person animation BP. Oh. So first person anim BP, I made an AB FPS, which I am guessing is the same thing, but...
On the anim graph, we'll delete the included new state machine and use FP idle as the new base pose for the execution line.
Play FP idle heavy, yes. There we go, festive.
Make sure to keep the arms montage slot plugged in before the output pose node. Now we'll move to the first person character blueprint, and we'll immediately be met by a few errors because we deleted those input mappings earlier.
Well, I won't be, you see, I'm very professional, and because of that I won't be met by a few errors, and definitely not because I am working with a blank. And in our event graph we have only 3 events with a single thing like that.
We'll delete the attach function from the construction script.
Okay.
Then we'll fix those errors by deleting all VR-related logic from the event graph, as well as refreshing the turn node to read from our newly renamed
So that's how you do. Well, it's kind of the issue. Now we meet the problem, biggest issue, which is right now what I do and what the tutorial will happen in the tutorial will diverge.
right
And
remove all of the stick.
like for example, I have now this, which is movement. Should I add movement? I could. So if it's that big of an issue, yeah, might as well. Let's add movement. In order to add movement, here's what we need to do. We need to add new folder and we need to rename it. Sorry, not new folder, only controls. We go into controls, then we go for input. We add input action, which will be input action movement. Yes, and then we'll have another input action, which will be input action jump. There we go. And then we'll have another input action, which will be input action mouse. There we go. And now we need to go for the input and input mapping context, just player, input mapping context player. And then we have to open it up, and then we have to add one jump to move mouse, free movement. And now we need to do for jump space, for mouse XY to the axis, and for movement we need to add WSAD, like so. The issue being, oh boy, is right here they use the axis file, which means I have to do the thing where you basically somehow set them all to. I know that I think it was modifiers swizzle. This will to map one the input onto an axis. Okay, so like swizzle, then we'll get a negate. I mean, it would certainly make sense for me to do it like this. This negate and swizzle, swizzle negate. Actually, no, it's swizzle, swizzle and negate. And then over here, just swizzle. Honestly, that would make sense for me. Can I just save it? Thank you. And now open these up. There we go. Movement, which is a 2D vector, mouse, which is a 2D vector, and jump, which is the bool. And just like that, we can go to BP player and we can do input action movement. And well, we need to do basic movement, which will work like this. We'll have this thing. What use exactly? Add movement input. Add movement input twice, because I'm just that funky. And now on triggered, both go in, and then get actor forward vector and get actor right vector. We then add the right vector here. We then add this here. Oh, actually, that's true. This has to go back. And now the fun bit begins, because break vector 2D and then X and Y. I don't know. This is a complete guess. Yeah, it's a complete guess. Oh, I didn't set up player as the player. Huh. World settings and ooh, yeah. How and what and where now? Details? No. Project settings maybe. And maps and modes, and oh yeah, we do need a starter map. So we need to go to content, we need to add new folder maps, and this one just save as testing. There we go. And now that we have a map, we can go to world settings. I think I'm doing it not really from memory, only based on a hunch. Project settings, maps and modes, and we have the we also need a game mode. That's what we need. We need the game mode, which is in, as if I know, blueprint game mode. Yes, testing game mode. And now in the testing game mode, we need, there we go, got it, player, default pawn class, I think that's BP player. And I'm pretty certain now in project settings, modes, testing game mode, file, save all. Alright, well we can test it easily just by doing a simple thing, which would basically means jump and just jump. When jump is triggered, just jump. I'm not jumping, that's okay, cool. I can also, oh wait, there's a much better way to do it. Print string. I can just test this. Test if the input is responding. Fun fact, it's not. Oh, input mapping. Alright, so first of all, let's go back and to controls, rename this to IM_player. There we go. And now in BP player, on construction script, if I'm not mistaken, IM_, at least would make sense. Play input mapping, like add input mapping here, something like that. Maybe not in the construction script, maybe on event graph when begin play, and input mapping underscore. No, nothing. Okay. Unreal Engine 5 basic movement. 1 year ago, 7 months, 9 months, 2 years, 1 year, 2 months. Movement, yes. I'm looking for like a really basic one. You're already working with a project.
Is using a right vector and a forward vector for my control rotation. This is no longer accurate anymore because we're not using a turnable camera, so we can't decide.
No.
Build a tiny blank and
Blank, yes.
the BPB. We can upgrade it. Select and choose then and then you look.
And that's actually an old
Okay,
way
so
to do
now
it.
for
Not
we can
quite
set
what I'm looking
Rest.
for.
character
And yeah, I don't think this will give me the
by
answer
adding
because
all the camera functionality. But and
yeah, this is the old way to do it. I know I want the new way to do it with input mapping context. With input mapping context. Yes.
From inputs, you end with this is a the actual works. In the move, you just define what it's called. Where you also value it's going to move input and input is yellow. Here you can see the different inputs that it would accept. And now when you go and you'll see on begin play in the controller they are setting up.
That's what I was looking for. Okay, on begin play, we have setup like this and movement setup. Excuse me, why isn't this? I can move it like this, I guess, but a bit inefficient, don't you think? Movement and cast to player underscore no player controller, cool, and then the thing that you got into it
In the
is
controller, they are setting
Git controller. Movement setup will require me to go forward like this, and then is valid. Thank you. And for that is valid, we will add enhanced this, exactly, this really funky sounding thing, whatever is that, and then
up enhanced input
add mapping context. If it's valid, add mapping, excuse me, this, add mapping context. If it's valid, that being the time player. Simple, am I right? This is what we call a boilerplate when coding, but this isn't coding, so I have no idea what to code here. And now we'll also bring this down because I want it to be nice. There we go, look at that. Good enough. Compile, start. And now if we press space, we say hello, which is neat, but we can move it to jump. And we can move. There we go. I'm smart. Got it. Alright, cool. Cool. Back to this then.
Input nodes and delete the stock firing logic as well. We'll also add our fire.
So all you have is jump, look, and move, which means we are too short. Well, one short. We do have jumping, so we have basic movement, in which case we'll have the movement. Wait, because I can do it like this. Unreal Engine add comment to the node tree, but like faster way to do it. I know there's a faster way to do it in C. I know. There has to be a faster way to do it. I refuse to believe that you have to. Oh, unless this is how. Oh. Oh. Jumping. Festive. Moving. There we go. And now only one more thing, which would be looking, which requires the input output mouse. Mouse isn't quite exactly correct because, you know, it's more of a looking mouse than anything, but add yaw and pitch. That's the way you do it, right? Add controller pitch. Add controller yaw and pitch. Add controller pitch, and then the way we do it is we just move these and then break vector x and y. This is a completely blind guess. We can just y has to be inverted, which means multiply by -1. There we go. Well, that was easy. Looky. Festive. What next?
Axis input and promote its output to a new float variable of the same name for later use. On the topic of variables, we won't be needing
Fire axis, how do you wanna what? Fire axis? What is the fire axis? It's in the fire input. I guess I know we should be shooting, right? But why is it a float then? Why would you need to say there's a float? Oops. That's my phone. Why do you need to say there's a float? That's what I don't get. I mean, a boolean, yeah, makes sense because then you fire, and also it's an axis. So what's that axis?
any of the ones that come with this template, so it's safe to delete them. And delete the stock file to read from our newly renamed look-right input. Remove all of the stick input nodes and delete the stock firing logic as well. We'll also add our fire axis input and promote it.
Yeah, but fire axis is not the default thing. It's an input. Yeah, exactly. Which means we need to add a fire axis. So what does the fire axis do then? Like a I'm looking specifically for the fire axis. Fire examples, maybe. Oh, that's the kind of fire. Funny. Wordplay. Give me a second. Alright, cool. Not that kind of fire. I'm looking for the, what's it called? If the fire axis. Not quite. Unity. Funny. Look at the Unity manual. Input axis, fire axis. Input axis, fire axis. When does the input axis action happen? That's what I'm wondering, actually. Okay. Is there, in this example, is fire axis just like
It's output
fire?
to a new float variable of the same name for later use. On the topic of variables, we won't be needing any of the ones that come with this template, so it's safe to delete them. After that's done, we can move on to the components list as we'll need to make several changes here. Go ahead
Oh
and
yeah,
remove
there we go. There we begin. So, arrow. We will need to make a lot of changes actually.
all VR related components to start, as well
Well,
as the
I don't
FP gun
have
skeletal
them.
mesh and its attached sphere component. Rename the view model skeletal mesh from mesh 2P to mesh 1P for better readability. Then drag and drop it onto the first person camera to unparent it. Zero out its relative transform, then set its Z location to -96.
So here's what we need. We need the camera. We don't even have a camera. Why do we have a camera? We need a camera, which would be FP camera, and we need a mesh. What kind of mesh? Well, so glad you asked. Obviously, it is the skeleton, I think. Skeletal mesh, I think. I'm completely guessing. No, there's okay. Let's not drag and drop it right now. Yeah, I'm getting a bit sick.
Which is the inverse of the player capsule's half height, and Z rotation to -90. The latter is only necessary due to the provided animation's forward axis of Y instead of X, but you can skip this if your own assets use X as the forward direction. Finally, zero out the first person camera's relative transform, setting its Z location to 65 to center the player's view within their collision capsule. Next, we're going to reorganize the hierarchy of the view model and first person camera to allow for each
Here
to
the
be
fun
animated
part
and
begins.
manipulated independently. The final product will look something like this. To start off, we'll create a new scene component that'll act as the parent to everything first person related, naming it FP root. Then, create and attach two spring arm components to FP root, naming them mesh root and cam root. Make sure to disable collision testing in all inheritance booleans, as well as setting both target arm lengths to 0. Starting with mesh root, create and attach another scene component called offset root and set its relative Z location to -10. Then drag and drop mesh 1P onto offset root to attach it, making sure its relative transform stays,
Go back.
and attach two spring arm components to FP root, naming them mesh root and cam root. Make sure to disable
Excuse me, what's happening with my cam root?
collision testing in all inheritance booleans, as well as setting both target arm lengths to 0. Starting with mesh root, create and attach another scene component called offset root and set
Where's all the inheritance thing? Excuse me. Camera settings, inheritance. There we go.
its relative Z location to -10.
Then in mesh root, we will add a scene, which will be called offset root. And then only into that offset root, we will add, I think this is the mesh which we should add. I have no idea. I'm guessing offset root. This one should be obviously smaller, way smaller. If I may. Thank you so much. -90 and a bit lower, And now the camera, I'm guessing on the cam root or something else, isn't there?
Then drag and drop mesh 1p onto offset root to attach it, making sure it's relative
Scale mesh asset this. Seems like the same thing.
transform stays the same. Then, under cam root, create and detach a new skeletal mesh component using SK camera, naming the component cam scale.
Used SK camera, which I don't have. That's a bit of an issue for me.
Finally, drag and drop the first person camera component onto cam scale to make it a child of the skeleton.
To make the child of skeleton, it's always funny to me. But we need a skeleton. That's what we need. We need a skeleton. Boy. Over here we need a skeleton mesh, which will be called SK camera. I missed that, didn't I? It's cam scale. Obviously it's cam scale. Cam scale. Now the issue is that we didn't manage to import that skeletal mesh because we have no idea how to import that skeletal mesh. Because we can really import that armature and so on. Unreal Engine create an empty skeletal mesh, maybe. I have no idea what are they using this skeletal mesh for, but I'm guessing if it is being used, then for a second I thought that my control is just inverted, but it's just the camera is facing the other way. Capsule component, can I just rotate the entire thing? No. No, I can just rotate this. 180. Oh, that is way off. Well, not way off, only... Excuse me, can I just minus 45 here? I can. Oh, I love it when programs do that. Festive. I'm pretty sure I rotated the wrong thing, but oh well.
Camera bone. For testing purposes, we'll go back and temporarily re-enable use pawn control rotation, inherit
I
pitch,
won't,
and inherit
because-
yaw on the two sprinklers we created. Later on, we'll disable these again and directly drive these components' rotation to allow for things like procedural animation and recoil buildup. But for now, ticking these options will allow us to look around without any additional work. Now we'll get to work on smoothing out the player pawn's movement. To start off,
Yeah, that's
adjust
the
the
neat
player's
thing.
capsule size from a radius of 55 to a radius of 35.
I'll
This value may be
actually,
different
here's the thing.
depending on the final size of your character's roll.
Octahedron just shrunk down the capsule size, and for me, wait, no, where's the capsule size? I missed that. Oh yeah, you're switching it in capsule. That makes way more sense. They shrunk it down. In my case, I'll just get this lower and this higher because you're a bot. You're massive. That's why it will be actually bigger. And all of a sudden, my controls just inverted. Again, what? Why? How? When? Where? What and why? It's left, right, back, forward. Oh, because I'm rotating with my mouse only, I can see it. Ah, that explains. Fudge.
Space mesh, but I found 35 works great with the default UE forward mannequin mesh. Then select the character movement component and take a look at the properties we can
There we
change.
go.
Moving down the list, we'll start by increasing the gravity scale to 1.5 to make the character feel
This
a
is-
bit heavier. Then we'll increase the
these are all
max
the fun
acceleration
bits.
to 3072 for
I like to
snappier changes in
increase
direction,
it to
but also
4000
decrease the braking
and
friction factor to 1 so the player smoothly decelerates when stopping.
sorry,
Expand the walking section to expose
higher
it so
up.
the player smoothly decelerates when stopping. We'll then expand the walking section to expose additional options. In this area, we'll increase the perch radius threshold to 30. This will help with an issue where the player appears to bounce when walking off edges. We'll also tick on the option to use flat base for floor checks, which also helps smooth out walking off edges. Lastly, we'll move on to the jumping falling section, and we'll increase our jump Z velocity to 750 to compensate for our higher gravity scale. Finally, we'll increase our braking deceleration falling to 200 and air control to 0.275 to give the player a better sense of control while airborne. With the player pawn done for now, we can delete a few assets we won't be using. Navigate to first person game mode and clear its reference to the first person HUD class. Then, find the first person HUD asset in
excuse me, how what? Oh, there's
clear its
HD
reference to
then.
the
Okay,
first-person
HUD.
HUD
I'm sorry.
class. Then, find the first person HUD asset in your content browser and delete it.
Yeah,
The
no,
HUD
I
parent
don't.
class this asset derives from is a legacy feature, and we'll create a new HUD using widgets later on in this tutorial series. We can also locate and delete the first-person projectile asset, as we'll either be using line traces or our own custom-made projectiles for weapons later on. Moving on, we'll now create our base weapon class that all of our weapons will derive from. From your downloaded tutorial assets,
There we
drag
go.
and drop SK_FP gun, a modified version of UE4's default gun, into a new folder in your content browser
Really
called
humble gun.
Meshes. You'll also want to import FPGun_color map to a new folder called Textures. We'll use this mask to quickly create a simple base material for the weapon.
I already have a base material because I didn't make my weapon. And that's why it's so good looking. That's why it's so gosh damn good looking. Alright, so now this is the fun bit. I really like this bit because it's just, well, it's that sort of simple brilliance. Something that once you learn is obvious, but before you learn it you wouldn't probably think of it that way, which means it's obvious. It's actually very obvious but brilliant. It's creating a blueprint, creating a generalized weapon blueprint, and then using child blueprints for each weapon, which basically means you have a single blueprint for a weapon, and then in that blueprint you can switch things in order to switch weapons. That's a horrible explanation, make it. Basically, we have one blueprint as a weapon, and then we have blueprints for all of the guns. And then in order to switch the guns, we just change variables in that main blueprint. And because of that, all of the sub-blueprints don't need all of the logic repeated. It's just smart.
Create a new folder called Materials, and within it,
Yeah,
create a new
I'll
material
need
called
these.
M_weapon base. The normal map we'll use here is included in the FPS template called T_FPGun_N. Feel free to pause the video over the next few seconds to recreate what I have set up inside this material. Once finished, find this material in your content browser and create a material instance of it, naming it MI_weapon base. Afterwards, navigate back to the SK_FPGun asset and
Add a muzzle, alright, on it, but we will have to... That's when the fun begins. Alright, so right here we have this blueprint, and we have all of these, but we don't quite have a scalable mesh of this gun, which is a bit of an issue. Ever so slight. Because right now, we cannot really add a muzzle like that. That ain't fun. Cannot add a muzzle in a scalable mesh because we don't have a scalable mesh. Yeah. Bit of a pickle. We'll have to figure
new
out something else
socket
then
called
for this.
muzzle. Use the manipulator to position it accordingly. Now we'll move on to creating the weapon class itself. Create a new folder in your content browser called BPs. Then create another folder inside of it called Weapons. Within this folder,
And there we go. Now we are making the generalized blueprint. BP General Heavy.
create a new actor blueprint called Weapon_base and double click it to open it up. To start off, we'll replace the root component with a skeletal mesh component called weapon_mesh.
Well, that's the thing. I want. Unfortunately, I can't. We'll have to do it differently. We'll have to do it differently, and basically, wherever octahedron will use octahedron, I don't know. Wherever they will use a skeletal mesh, I'll have to use a blueprint, because my gun is stored as a blueprint of skeletal mesh. Because I'm just a terrible person when it comes to managing stuff. That's what I mentioned at the beginning of the stream about garbage accumulation. That's garbage right here. The fact that I have this as a blueprint of skeletal mesh. That's the prime example of that. We'll open this, delete. Can I just drop in a blueprint? I'm pretty certain I can. Yeah. Let's replace it as a root. Festive. Oh, this gun is so good looking though.
Set its default mesh to our imported gun mesh, and its default material to mi_weapon base. We'll then create several default variables that this class's children will use.
And this is festive because we will change them up a bit.
We'll add a string variable called name that serves as the in-game name for this specific
We
weapon.
will our variables will actually be way different.
Called material.
Way different. Because I thought of a different system to do it.
Called canfire
It's-
and fire.
The comparison, which one is better, which one's worse, this one is definitely cleaner, but this one also wouldn't work for what I want it to do. Because when it comes to switching weapons, I don't only want them to be different weapons, like, different fire speeds, different damage. I want them to switch up the gameplay. So, for example, basically you would have 4 abilities which change with a weapon. And for that, we cannot really do it here. We'll have to do it in the player. You'll see.
Damage, fire delay, range,
Yeah.
and spread. I'll display the default.
Over here we have all of these, which we will change, because step by step we have name. Yes, I would like that. So in the variables we'll have name, which will be a string, and it will be a variable name. Well, name, yes, and default value. Oh, we have to compile in order to get default. Default value would be militaria rifle. This will be our default weapon. Then, components, okay, name. Next, material and mesh. No, we won't have them. Instead, we'll get a master blueprint, which will be I'm pressing like a BP master. There we go. We can just get these. That's an interesting whole lot of events. Default value, I would like it to be a blueprint. Live link widgets, no, active blueprint. Acto blueprint, no, acte, just acte, object reference to an acte, yes. Next we'll get can fire next shot, these two, yes, and that's it. Can fire next shot. Can actually maybe more. Maybe can fire next shot, damage, fire delay, range, spread. Yeah, maybe actually all of them. Can fire next shot. Both of these should have been Boolean, actually, and both of these should have been false. Festive, and now we'll add another one, which will be damage. You will need a reference for how much damage is a lot of damage, and because of that, considering that this is our most default rifle, I would like it to have a 1. yeah, just I feel like it's festive. And now damage, fire delay, range, spread. With this one having a 1, this one having a 1000, 10,000, and this one having a 1. This one actually should be 0.3. Alright, cool.
Values I'm using for all of these variables on screen now. Now we'll add a little bit of baseline code to this parent class. In the construction script, we'll make sure to set the weapon underscore meshes skeletal mesh and material to the appropriate variable.
We'll do it a bit different, because you see, we will set blueprint, set parameters message. No, how can you set a blueprint? Set blueprint type? No, set blueprint. That's what I need. Unreal Engine set blueprint. Working with sets? No, not quite. You casting anything or set skeletal mesh? You're setting this thing's skeletal mesh. That's the issue. Oh, we don't want this to be a blueprint. We want this to be a blueprint placeholder then. How can I have it as a blueprint placeholder? That's the question. This is source blueprint asset. Okay, that all right, got it. So we have to delete this actually, and we have to add a custom active component using blueprints. Yeah. Actually, wait. What if we Control Z? And what if we do? And what if we do? Oh boy, where's the tutorial? There it is. Set skeletal mesh. What if we do set mesh static mesh component, because we won't be using skeletal meshes, but I just maybe in the future, but in the future we'll be able to change that, so no problem. I'm a lazy piece of shit, so you know, that's fine. And now we get this completely off. Set static mesh, maybe this. Set mesh static set scale. No, what? Why? It is a blueprint, to be fair, so I do need to set a blueprint. Okay, so I need to delete this. I need to do blueprint script component, actor component. Yeah, name gun actor. And path, is it? Would it be default? I am so hoping that it's a default. So weapons, create blueprint class. And gun actor. No, delete. Well, actually, I'll run this. And fudge. How do I replace this with different blueprints? Add scripting, common. Maybe I should do a skeletal mesh gun. Just gun. So it is gun. And over here, set skeletal mesh asset for gun. Gun. And maybe master BP get mesh quit that. Master, there we go. This, how am I supposed to get its mesh? Maybe in this I should just get, I have no idea. default scene root, maybe. That's not, I mean, that's not the worst idea I've had. You should hear my worst idea, I would be surprised. Scalable mesh to default scene root. Get default scene root, won't happen. That's the issue. Over here, I need a. What I need there is Unreal Engine blueprint placeholder. That's what I need. Placeholder in viewport or as a component or whatever. So I need something that I can add right here to then replace with a blueprint. Child gun. Child with a gun. Okay. Like this. And then Unreal Engine 5 child actor set actor. Maybe? Child actor, yeah, and I want to set this child actor as a set child actor class. Yes, please, please. Set child actor class. Child with a gun. As a master blueprint. Yes. Yeah? I think. Master blueprint, what's your default value? You don't have a default value. That's a bit of an issue. Maybe BP master militaria. Class reference. Change variable type. Lovely. And now we can just go straight forward. And you, please tell me you have a default value. Also, set master blueprint, and I would really like to break this link, and I would really like to set the master blueprint as, if I may, testing militaria rifle, this here. Child actor component, and then can you just like child actor component object reference to class cast to class. That didn't help one bit. Alright, maybe I should just switch it back. Maybe I should. Set master BP to this. Child actor component object reference is compatible with actor object reference. Festive. Add child actor component. Well, not quite add child actor component, only. create variants easily. Wait. Child, yes. If I get this child here. Oh, it's a child component anyway, it's the same thing. Force delete. It's quite annoying. I'm not gonna lie. This is quite annoying. This one is an actor. Can I change its type to child actor component object to reference, change variable type, and now if I just take this, input it here, we get it as a child actor, which basically means we can get this right here, and that means we can delete that, and we cannot set child actor class. We need to get the class. Okay, so can I get like child actor component? Can I get its class reference? I can change variable type. Then again, change the variable type. Cast, yes, and break this link. With actor class reference. Child actor component class reference is not compatible with. Cast to FBX creator? Maybe. Here it is. So you basically no, that's no. Referencing actors, yeah, that's kind of what I'm. How do you reference an actor? Or maybe there's just a reference actor. Actor reference, no, reference or actor. Get actor. Actor of class, and then you just select class. Huh. So just actor, and this would be a class reference. No, wait. This would be actor. But clearly we have this return value, which means it would be actor object reference. Yes. And now break this link. This right here. And master BP cast. So far as walking, BP master Netaria. Did it work? I don't know. Also, I'm lost. I have no idea where I am. Whoops. I'm pretty certain I can just close it and then open it again, right? Alright, cool. So we got construction, which maybe works? Maybe? No, we will see. It's fine. Alright, great. Perfection. If it works, then that's great, because then we can basically change it to a blueprint of any kind. This is great.
In the
We don't
event
have to
graph, we'll use
worry
begin
about
play
material
to
either.
prepare an actor and cast to the player pawn, using the output to set the variable player ref. We'll also
Oh yeah, okay. Event graph, this makes sense. Cast to first. Okay, so we need first to get parent actor like this, target self, and this to cast to bp underscore player first if, and then set player reference, which I do not have. Okay, so promote to a variable player reference first if.
to create 4 custom events called equip, stow, fire, and reload.
Okay, there we go. Custom event, and we'll have equip rename to stow, rename to fire. That's it, we don't need reload.
Lastly, we'll create a basic hit scan fire function called fire underscore hit scan. Feel free to pause the video again.
Oh yeah, it's this. I would really gladly first check if my construction script works, like at all. At all. And for that, I'm pretty certain we would need to get the BP player, and I'm also pretty certain we would need to drop the general right here. To the mesh and move it up, forward a bit. I don't see a gun, which is not a good sign. That's not a good sign at all. That's a pretty bad sign, actually. Fudge sticks. Real fudge sticks. If it worked, that would be neat, because then we could just have it here. Unless testing, and unless we just drop it in. Like this. No, still nothing. It's the same mountain. Ah, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, boy, oh, boy. Okay, so Unreal Engine 5, add a blueprint to another blueprint in construction script. As a component of the blueprint? Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. A solution in the meantime. A child component, target child cast to A. Based on information provided, I think you are adding an active blueprint A to active blueprint B. The A active blueprint is wrapped in the child active component inside the B active component. You need to get child acted and cast to A. What? From child active component works perfectly fine. So you just want to cast. Cast to what? When you are casting to something. Cast to A. Based on the information, I think you are adding an active blueprint A to active blueprint B. The A active blueprint is wrapped in the child active component inside the B active component. You need to get child acted and cast to A. A child component. Okay, so we have child gun, and we want to cast it to that child with a gun. A child component, target child actor. So cast to A. Maybe. Cast to A. Child actor component. This component being. Wait, no. Child with gun. How do you again? So you are adding that over there, and you are casting it as A and blueprint A, and I'd like to add it as a component to another blueprint B. I can drag A onto B, and it does show up in B's component list and viewport, but I can't access any A's variables. A variables I can't access these variables at all. Ace construction blueprint. No, this is not what I need. What I need is add a blueprint class as a component of another blueprint with soft reference. Huh, that's cool. Add component child actor. Okay, that is no, there's a side like that. That's neat. So what you doing here? Allowed asset blocking. No, just I have a simple blueprint class A, which lives only in the content browser, not in the world. I want to have it loaded as a component of another blueprint B by using a variable string path reference to A. I mean, the type of class you're trying to add needs to be some type of component. So for example, if you want your component to be inside an actor class, it needs to be an actor component, so an actor. You can't nest. Wait, then. So if I replace this to, if I get an actor, there's only child actor. A component that spawns an actor when registered and destroys it when unregistered. So child gun set actor create asset based on the class. That could work. I'm pretty certain we deleted this from here. And we, yeah, this still doesn't work. We could get actor skeletal mesh, but there is no skeletal mesh. This is way harder than I would have expected to be. Wait, you are doing it with
The
what?
basic tip, put entries parent class, total mesh,
Set
and material.
skeletal mesh. Can I just set skeletal mesh as an, like, can I just convert? Okay, set skeletal mesh. No, we need the... You have a skeletal mesh, alright. Let me just delete that and add skeletal mesh, and let's call it skeleton with a gun. And then right here, set skeletal mesh. Skeletal mesh asset, not asset, or is it?
Now, we'll make sure to set the weapon baseline code to this pairing class. In the construction
Wrong one. Why is it only asset? No, that's wrong.
Now we'll add a little bit of baseline code to this pairing class.
Set skeletal mesh. I don't have that. I just do not have that. And no, that's not a thing that I have. Set skeletal mesh. Not asset, only mesh. Okay, let's go back to Child of a Gun. Alright. And Unreal Engine, create a blueprint in construction script in viewport in construction. I have no idea how to word it even. What am I doing? Because I could, like, wait, if I get this master BP, right? Then get skeletal mesh component. Mesh actor object reference. Okay, okay, so we have many issues. It's cool. Festive. Can I loop this, by the way? I can. Infinite information generator. Why is it even allowed? Just Control C this. So we do have an actor class. Unreal Engine child set child actor class in construction script. In set child actor class. Properties and template will be copied as best possible to the template. So if we get this set child actor class, then we use that already. I don't care at this point, honestly. Like this. Still nothing happens, which is bad because something should happen. Again, actually, you can delete that. There's nothing. All right. How about print just to check if like the script is even starting. It should right now do it once. Hello. Fudge, that's not good. That is really not good. Can you like... Will you print a class name or something? No, you just break. Cool. Get object name. Festive. None. That's interesting. That is interesting because this would suggest that the object name of this is none. Maybe this, I have no idea. Get class name. Nothing printed. Alright, cool. Hello. Unreal Engine use child actor to create an actor in construction script. Access the variables of a child actor. How to add child actor from an array in construction script. How to add child actor in general? I may even add. Add child actor component. Can I just add the child actor component that, you know, like add child actor component like this. I mean, it would certainly make sense that right now, ooh, read property must be P. I mean, yeah, this doesn't make that much sense that we just do it like so. Add child actor component, but I'm like, manual automatic attachment views. No, child actor component, but I want this component to... Yeah, over here you're adding self, but I want to add as a... Oh, you are adding it, that's okay, festive, which means it should be like this, which is interesting, because that gives me error. An error, which is even more festive, but I mean, to be fair, doing construction script makes sense. Node add actor child component. Access none trying to read property master BP. Could you elaborate, please? You're telling me exactly where the issue is, but not quite what it is. Child actor component object reference. Oh, I already have one child actor. Unreal Engine child actor. Change to a different actor with a node. Spawn actors, maybe like won't
Hello
work.
and welcome. This is the actor. It's activated a blueprint.
How are you spawning them though?
We have one Peter in the world.
Not what I'm looking for. Switch actor. The Switch Actor offers a blueprint API. You can use to work with a selected child. You drag reference, drag right from a reference to Switch Actor in the blueprint graph. You'll find. Wait, what? Actors panel. Switch Actor provides a quick way to toggle the visibility of actors or the hierarchies of actors in your level. Not quite. Wait, let me just first check if I add a gun directly. Will it show? General heavy. Compile. Testing. It will. It just will. That's it. That's the gun. Right here. 70 looks like a gun. If it looks like a gun, if it shows like a gun, it's a gun. That's interesting. Unless I move all of them here, just toggle the visibility. I mean, maybe. That's a very dumb way to do it, but I mean, I don't really have any other option at this point. Well, to be fair, it's actually a very dumb way to do it. Like, very, very, very dumb way to do it. Oh boy. We already have a master DP here. Which means... not quite. Yeah, I'm still live. Hi there. Welcome. Hi there, Ali. Hi, how you doing? What are you doing so up? It's 5 AM. Why are you up? Sleepy, then go to sleep. 6 AM, still so early. It's ridiculous. No answer. I'm not reading like a nerd. Another, using a blueprint. Yes. Get position, rotation, velocity. Use these variables to spawn another, destroy the first. Not quite. Replace actor component. Is it because you like have to go and do something? Cast notes. I have no idea what you are casting actually, so yeah, that could help.
Everyone, want to make sure we got our content over. We'll get logged down in. Our go to. If it and now we can press play up left there.
Ah!
It says hello.
I'll,
Exactly what we
there we
want.
go.
Now
I have the
watching
remix of an American Dad theme song as my
to
alarm.
fire, or at least cast
I am making a game.
two. And in this case,
I just thought, you know, I played every single fast game I have, and because of that, I just want to make a game that will be way faster for the streams.
I'm doing a light because we can duplicate it. We're gonna keep this. So hey, I didn't
Mate, I ain't got all day.
casting fast, but now
Cast to
objects
BP.
use as probably the most. I actually sat down and thought about press, and it's
Yeah, but that's used for accessing.
basic light.
Yeah, that's used for accessing values. No, I don't care about that. That's not what I want. I mean, I could cast as cast 2. I'm sorry, cast 2. BP General Heavy? Wait. Add child with a gun. Welcome is the sound I was looking for. Yeah, exactly. Well, there's no progress. I just learned enough to not suck completely, only suck kind of. I'm trying to spawn a gun. I've been trying to spawn a gun for such a long time. Look, I'm not American. That's the issue. That's the problem I'm having, honestly.
This. Let's solve. No, I think through.
Yeah, so casting won't help me. Active components with an active through blueprints. Yeah, that's no answers. I feel like it is possible. It should be possible. It seems like a very basic thing to do, but maybe Epic Games is just, I don't know, censoring information. I opened the Inherent Access C block logic. No. One active and not using a blueprint. I want to replace an active component. Add Unreal Engine, add actor component using nodes. Yeah, but I like to do it using nodes. Deactivate, activate, enable, input. No, is it like add components? Add components? There is add component. Add child? No, add actor. Add child actor component. Maybe. There we go. This. And broke. Cool. Great. This time didn't broke. Didn't break. Add component. What kind of component would work? Well, I mean child actor, but then that child actor, we already have a child actor here. We already have our lovely child with a gun. Set or maybe just component. Let's see, what can we do with that component? Arctic prerequisite. What? I don't even know what you would get parent. No, I don't want to get. I want to set. Set component. Set actor component, child actor class. Maybe this cast, right? No, fudge. Damn it! What's the issue? I mean, if I am getting a class, let me just replace that with BP Master Militaria. Oh! Yes! Yes! Oh. Oh. Okay, there we go. Now that's great because, well, right now we can actually simplify it a bit. Instead of an actor, we can use it, we can get the actor, right? And we can change this to a class reference, change variable type. Now we can set it as the BP Master Militaria. There we go. And then get it and please work. This should work. I mean, yes. What happens if we remove this node though? It disappears. Wonderful. Absolutely fantastic. Oh boy, that was harder than I expected. But I mean, it was easy. Obviously, it's just one node. It's just I'm an idiot and I'm really dense. It took me so long to figure this out. I swear. I still have no idea what the problem was, honestly, actually. Alright.
In the construction script, we'll make sure to set.
Ha! You see now this guy. Okay, now you see that's genius. Now this guy has to set the skeletal mesh and the material last. I only have to use one node. It wasn't worth it, but anything in no every. Give me a second. I need to think. I genuinely need to process everything that happened. Time spent on being lazy is a time well spent.
variables we just
I
set up.
said spent 2 times.
In
Doesn't
the
sound
event
as
graph,
smart.
we'll use
Damn it.
begin play to get the
Yeah. We already got all of them.
project.
What you doing now?
Free to
Oh
pause
yeah,
it.
this is the gun shooting thing, a script which I'll copy because it's actually not that hard to do. It just takes a long time. Basic idea is actually very simple. It's because you have to remember that Unreal Engine is ridiculously strong and it's smart. It's smarter than most of people who work and do anything in it. And because of that, here's the basic idea. We have a player, a lovely player, right? They're standing here. They're very tall. They're really tall and handsome. And we also have a target which the player wishes to kill. Let's say it will be a red circle, because let's be real, we all hate red circles. Right? Yeah, we can all agree on that. Now, a player has a gun in their hand. It's a rectangle because it's a low poly gun. And if you want to shoot something, then player would basically turn in the direction of the red circle and then point their gun at the red circle, which basically means what we need to do in order to actually check if the player hits the red circle is at the moment of the gunfire start thing. We need to create a line or a trace, if you will, going forward from the gun and check if this trace is overlapping with the circle. If it is, then check where is it overlapping. What's really nice about this is that the entire script for this trace and for checking where it's hitting and for everything is already implemented in Unreal Engine. It's line trace by channel. So there is no work to do over there. All of this over here, all it's doing is just getting the player, getting the gun position, getting the gun this position, and getting the direction in which the player is facing, and then starting a trace from this position to this position. That's all the script is doing. Yeah, that's it. That's why I'm going to copy it, because it's just a lot of work to figure out vectors. I'm just going to copy it. It's much simpler that way. Let's add functions. Fire hit scan. It would require thinking, and we all know that's not my strong. That I'm not that strong when it comes to thinking. Get FP camera. There we go. Get FP camera. And now get world location and get forward vector. As you can see, we're getting the camera location forward vector, right, in order to then snap a vector which will be facing forward from the camera. Makes sense. Pretty basic stuff. Also, there will be the spread, which will determine the accuracy of our gun. Makes sense. Range, which will determine, here's a shocker, range of our gun. I know, crazy. Game making is not, it's not a complex process. No. Random unit vector in cone in degrees. Spread, return like this. And then multiply with this as a float with a range plugged in. And mines will trace it. Line trace by channel, not multi. I already went that wrong. There we go. Last time I kind of mistook the multi for normal, and it wasn't pretty. Spent half an hour fixing something that didn't quite need to be fixed. Make array. I love the fact that there are types in this. It reminds me of C. Those were the good times. Now multiply times float, then festive.
Video at this point.
I just copied this entire thing.
I have set up here in your
And then trace from weapon muzzle to center trace hit location. Oh yeah, so the first part is checking the trace and the second one is going from the muzzle. Muzzle which I didn't set up, may I mention. Which means we have to set up the muzzle somehow. Are you ready to cheese our way through another problem? Well, I know I am not. Let's open this blueprint and we have to place a muzzle somehow without the skeletal mesh, which means we will need to set up it with something else. Arrow. Rendered using lines, useful for indicating which way the object is facing. No, I'm going for utility, but for like fudge the sphere. So basically this is the most make it solution I can think of. Just add a sphere in the place where we need it. No, 0.1. There we go. We'll basically add it to the muzzle. That's such a make it solution. Just add a sphere to it. Yeah, seems to be in the correct. Muzzle. Name muzzle. Now the annoying bit will happen because here's the thing: when it comes to our object, our actor object, ampersand is generalized, which means we may not be able to access this muzzle. In which case, will it be fun? Ah, yeah, this will be fun. Here's the thing: the way it happens over here is they just get a weapon mesh and then get socket location. We can't do that. We need to get a master VP. We need to cast it to an actor, I'm guessing. Or get sphere location. Get component by class. Component by class and component. Active class reference is not compatible with active component class reference. Get components by class. It does. Why doesn't it work? I'm asking for this one. It's not context sensitive. There we go. Get actor list from component list. That's the issue. Cast to actor. Well, BP mastered. Yeah, but I want to do it in a specific way. Actor or to actor. No? Unreal Engine get components from an actor class reference. Referencing actors, actor reference. How to get reference to other actor with interfaces, get components by class. Maybe, but that doesn't work because the class is not compatible. Actor component class reference. to component Unreal Engine class reference to component class reference. Referencing assets, referencing actors. Damn it. Whoops. Give me a second. Right, I'm back. I always have to set up everything because my taskbar isn't quite working on the other screen. No idea why. You know, just one of these quirks in Windows. What are we doing? Oh yeah, right. We were switching up the class reference to wrong thing. Blueprint place no. We are switching up the class reference to so many. There we go. This one is the correct one. The blueprint reference? No. We have a reference and want to. We shouldn't cast it because casting would require us to stop generalizing, and I don't like that. How about we will also get master BP components, which will be components plural components isn't a component. We could just fine. We'll do component reference and we'll just rename it to Mazu. And yeah, in order to get that though, we will need to set how be festive again. To class to object to actor, get all actors, get actor of class, maybe get actor of class actually, maybe we won't need that actually, because we could just repeat the same thing. Get actor of class and then get component by tag. I am so smart. Component class. Oh, I am not. This won't work. Tag. Well, because this won't fit, right? Yeah, actor component class reference. Get actor of class. Get components by tag. Component class. No, so we still need to Unreal Engine class reference to component class. Reference to a component from another component, add component. How can I add reference to another component in the... to another component in the... Oh boy, we are doing it with... Nope. Get components by class. Yes. This doesn't help because you need a component class. I need to get a component class from a class. How to get a component class from a class reference. get class defaults? No. Oh boy, there's a lot of stuff, but not quite what I want. All components of class. Yes. For some reason, so get components by class, but this requires a components class. Active component objects are compatible with physics. Okay, not even. That's the issue. Get component by tag would fix all my problems, if not for the fact that I need to get a component class. Active component. Can I just leave it as none? And just get a muzzle. Turn value first. Find item. No, I don't want to find, I just want to access the first. Print, can I print this? No. Access, get first. Oh boy. Unreal Engine get first item from array. Make array. Get. Just get. 0. Yes. Print. Can I print string? Yes. This here. That won't help. Or maybe it will. We shall see. In the construction script, we'll just have to plug this in. Festive. Festive. Restore selected. Great. Don't tell me that this... Oh, it just breaks because of the... Cool. So I broke the thing. I wonder actually, why did it break? That is weird. I don't think there was anything that should cause it to crash. I mean, accessing zero object on an... Aha! That's interesting. Okay, so I can't even open... That's bad. That's pretty bad. How am I supposed to open it then? Reopen? I could try. No, I can't. Alright. How would I... That's... Interesting. Interesting. How about... How can I... It breaks whenever I open it. Can I Control Z this somehow or something? Asset action. Select actors using this. No, just... Because I cannot open it. I can't even move it. Fudge. Now I suppose I could just create a new general heavy, but can I copy and paste it? I can. But it also crashes. Okay, great. That is interesting. Why would it crash? I can really go back to the show an explorer. I can show an explorer. That doesn't help. Yeah, I'll have to delete it and I'll have to remake this entire thing. Festive. Forced bleed. And this will be an actor. BP heavy general. Finally opened, great. And now we will add a child actor, child with a gun, and here's what we'll do. We will have to create all of the variables again, great. Festive, fantastic, love it. It's wonderful, it is great. It is just perfect.
Afterwards, navigate back to the SK_FPGun asset and add a new socket called muzzle. Use the manipulator to position it accordingly. Now we'll move on to creating the weapon class itself. Create a new folder, actor_mesh. We'll add a skeletal mesh and spread. I'll display the default values.
Yeah, we'll have to do all the things. So we will need a player ref, which will be an actor reference. We'll need a name, which will be a string. We will need a master BP, which will be the, was it the class or actor in the end? I don't remember. I think it might, no, it was a class. Okay, so actor class. Next one can fire, which is a boolean. Next one is fire next shot. Then we'll have a damage, which will be a float. Then we'll have fire delay. Then we will have a range. Then we will have a spread. Festive. Now we can compile all of them and player reference keep. This one will be, default name will be, let me just get a sip. Yummy. And this one will be base. Yeah, I think base actually. Master BP, which will be the BP master militaria. Can fire, no, damage will be 1, fire delay will be 0.3, a range will be 1, 2, 3, 4, and spread will be 2, or a 1, yes, 1, or 10, or 3, festive. And now we can compile, we can go into the construction script, and we have to set up the entire thing again, which basically means we have to get this, and we have to set up the child with gun. How did we do it last time? I have no idea. So, set blueprint, no, okay, fine, how do I do it? I'll look it up on the live stream. Wow, would you look at that, it's me. Well, I mean child actor, but then that child actor, we already have a child. As if we remove this node though. Set child actor class. Set child actor class, this class, and this. Now if we compile, we go back, we drop it in. It already has a gun, because that's the default. That's correct actually. Yes, that's what's supposed to happen. Look at that. Oh, that's such a good model though. Was it Black Ghost? I'm not mistaken. I can really want to see. Yeah, it's Black Ghost. That's the models. It's amazing, ridiculous. Alright.
Appropriate variables we just set up. In the event graph, we'll use begin play to get the parent actor and cast to the player pawn, using the output to set the variable player ref.
So we in here event begin play cast. Oh wait, first we need to do get player get BP get parent actor. There we go. And now we can do this cast to BP player and play this in, and then set player ref festive. There we go.
We'll also create 4 custom events called equip, stow, fire, and reload.
Equip
Lastly, we'll create a basic
custom
hitscan fire
event
function
then.
called fire_hitscan. Feel free to pause the video.
So equip, rename stow, and rename fire festive. Can I like save it as a backup? Player weapons. Save level. No, don't save level. Save this. Save this right here. If it breaks again, I swear. Now we need the functions, which is fire hit scan, and again player ref get, then FP get FP camera, no? FP camera, no? What? Wait, what? How? Where? Why? When? And how? Blueprints. What's it called? FP camera, yeah. It's a player ref. First person camera, yeah, that's FP. Get FP camera. Act object reference, no BP player object reference. That is festive. I like that. Compile. How about now? Still no. Event graph. Get parent actor. Yes. Cast to be player self. Okay. How about we remove this? Yes. And we promote to a variable, not BP player. Only. Actually, as BP player, might as well. Now it's BP. Oh, got it. Understood. Cool. Fun. Fantastic. So now we have this get into the thing. Great. Get word location. Get word location. Get forward vector. Then get spread and get range. And then random unit vector in cone in degrees, and then multiply it with this, and then line trace by channel. The start and then end. There we go. And then we multiply this by 10.
At this point, to copy the nodes
And then
on
we
app
move right and we do this thing, which is a problem, because over here this is a muzzle, which is important, it's to get socket location from a muzzle. How are we supposed to get a muzzle? Over here they just do get socket location. I can't really do that, can I? Yeah, I'm pretty certain I can't. But if we were to do this and maybe cast as BP Master Militaria and then get active list from a component list, active class filter. Out actor list. No, wait. Get actor of class. Oh boy, this is terrifying. Okay, so far let me just, if I may, in weapons, let me just rename it to backup. In case it breaks again, you know, just in case. Get actor of class, and then get components by tag. Component class being actor component class reference. Oh, we don't care about the target though. Oh wait. Oh yeah. This target is we want the target to be child with gun. Child actor component object reference is not compatible with actor object reference. Child acted, so cast to BP and no, cast to actor. We would need an actor, we get child actor. There is a difference, I have no idea why, actually. It's a bit upsetting. Get 0. Yes. Muzzle. Festive. Print. Print. String. Get location. Get component location. Get location, just that's it. Get location. Oh boy. Get component location. No. Really. And look, you can get the end location of a cable, but you cannot get the component. Okay. Festive. Unreal Engine 5 get component location. How to get component location? Tried running output in BP. And so you get a cone, array element, print string, get actor location. You need to drag the blueprint of your for each loop and type in get word location. Maybe get word location. Huh. But this won't work because actor component is not scene component. That's a kind of issue. Get components. Get component by tag. Oh, you can just do this, which is more festive. Well, we're trying, but that's. I mean, I may be wrong, but I do believe this gives us everything. Certainly seem like it. Kind of. I don't like the fact that the top one goes for the target actor and the bottom one goes for the class, because I feel like it should be the other way, because this actor doesn't actually exist and this one exists. So, okay. Get ward location. And this one requires scene. Cast to scene component. Cool. Cool. Fantastic. Great. We have a backup in case everything goes wrong, and let's be real, it will go wrong. Have you seen this code? Alright, in the construction script then, after we assign everything, let's do this. Because I feel like it's festive. And then print. If cast failed, then I would also like to know, so let me just cast failed. Cast failed. Cool. To be fair, that was to be expected. I should have expected cast failing. Because this cast is wild. Item is already a child actor component, which inherits from scene components, so you don't need to cast. I don't need to cast, so I can just... Oh. Well, oh, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. There we go. I don't need to cast, you say. Now it printed nothing. Cool. Oh, because we didn't connect the print. And now it should be all perfect, handy dandy. It worked, but then crashed. Okay, that can work with that. Get array, get item. Oh, it gave us 0 because the array was empty. Festive. Festive. For each loop, maybe. I feel like that could also be fun. And like this array element in. Now we got nothing because the array is empty. Why is the array empty? Again, it's component by tag. Maybe it's not a tag. Maybe we need to give it a tag. Oh, that could, yeah, maybe. Muzzle tag. That's why. Muzzle. Muzzle tov. We still get nothing. Oh, the muzzle element is right now. That's not the correct tag. Not quite what we would be looking for. Tag which is muzzle. Over here, tag muzzle. Component tags, yep. Well, we have one tag. Can I get it by name? Get component by class. All components that implement given interface. get component though. Get component. Component search component rate is just first encountered component on the specified class. Well, because get components by tag doesn't quite appear to be working. We could also try get components by class, but get components by tag, so this. How about just get components? Get components. Okay, so by class has the same thing except without the tag, which means what happens if we're right now where to drop it in? We got nothing. That complicates things a bit. Because, to be fair, because this actor doesn't actually quite exist. If it was child the gun, that would make sense. But it isn't, is it? That's also weird to me, like this certainly does have components, this right here. Yet they cannot be read for some reason. That's weird. That's just straight up funky. And they already set up over here, which means child actor command class with actor class reference. That's what's even more funky. Target self though. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Let's target self. We got something. Get component name. Get component tags. And print them all. Right, for each then. We got nothing now. Great. So it gets one component, but isn't it tag? Oh, because it gets just child with a gun. If we go to child with a gun, if we get tags, and if we give it a testing tag, if we compile, if we play, we get a testing tag. Festive. Great. So we got that one, and now that we got that component, we need to get its components, which means we need to get this. Have you noticed the child actor component? Maybe this is actor. Ay, that's a problem. That is a problem. We could also just for each gun. Okay, I have a much better solution. All right. Here's the thing. All of this is festive, but how about we just create a new variable, which will be the muzzle position, which will be a vector, and if we just set it to the appropriate thing when we create the gun. So basically, right now, for example, if we just go to this, right, viewport. Where is this muzzle? Like, what's its position? I don't care about advanced, they care about... Okay, so it's 8834. Let me just make sure that 8834. $88.34. There we go! Isn't it much simpler that way? So basically, right now, we can go back to the tutorial again, and
Your own project.
it will be simpler because instead of getting all of these, we'll just get the muzzle position. And then we will, this actually could help us getting the muzzle position straight up like that. Set hit info L, so promote to a variable hit info L, and then we also do what now? Player F running, draw debug, we don't care about this part. Alright, so player F make array and act as to ignore, makes sense because we do want to ignore the player. So line trace by channel, there we go. Player ref, where is it? As BP player, make array, make some noise. Alright, this down, festive, and then break hit result. Then what we would need is this into a plus down the bottom to have it cleaner, and we would also like the location to go down. We would like to get the trace end to go into select vector, clamp it down, this, and then this right here, and then this into the end, whilst muzzle is the start. And let's do visibility for 1 frame. Don't crash. I forbid you. I said I forbid you to crash! Something broke then, festive. Great. U map. Which one is the U? Saved until detected should restore selected. Oh, because map isn't saved. Makes sense. Okay, at least I can open it without crashing the engine. I mean, everything is the same. That's correct. Oh, wait, we didn't do this, though. But that shouldn't crash it. That should prevent it from crashing, if anything. Never mind, it's not crashing. One issue, though. Why? Okay, there we go. Because the map wasn't saved. Oh, don't scare me like that. The gun is fine. Don't scare me like that. My heart can take only so
Now we'll
much.
create our first proper weapon based off of this parent class. Create a child class of weapon_base called weapon_basic rifle and open it up.
Yeah.
Call the fire event we set up in the parent class and play the firing montage we set up at the beginning of this video.
Okay, cool. So right now we can just right click this and create child blueprint class. It will be BP heavy militaria. And then if we open it, festive, in event graph, or event fire, we just get a get us BP player,
After the play montage
and we need the
the
mesh.
caller inherited
We need the player mesh. What's the mesh called? It's called FPS idle. It's called, let's rename it to FPS mesh. How about that? Get FPS mesh. Or just FPS mesh. Play montage. Play animation montage. But break this. Get mesh FPS mesh, no. FPS mesh. Excuse me. I mean, that's what I needed, this part, so... Oh! Scale mesh component object is with character object reference. Huh, that's interesting. Mesh 1P, I'm pretty sure mesh 1P...
montage we set up at the beginning. Call the fire event we set up in the parent class.
Yeah.
Play the firing montage. We set up at the
Get mesh
beginning
1P.
of this video.
Alright. Schedule mesh component object reference.
After the
Play montage. Play montage. Okay, so I just had the wrong play montage. Makes sense.
montage node, we'll call our inherited fire_hitscan function.
FP fire montage, that would make sense to play it when it's firing, yeah. I read this property of FPS should not be found in heavy militaria. As BP. Okay. Weapons BP heavy military property associated with FPS mesh could not be found in game player weapons. Why are you looking there? Why are you looking over there? I'm pretty certain that in player weapons heavy general, the first thing we do is not, we don't do that. Makes sense. We did not, no wait, we do that. We do this. Begin play. Get parent actor. We set the BP player, and it's the BP player as BP player, and so just look in the BP player. Property associated with FPS mesh could not be found in this. Associated with FPS mesh could not be found in this, but couldn't be found. Why? This is a child, right? Parent class is the heavy general, so this is the parent. I can delete the backup now. She could not be found in. That is weird, because why wouldn't it be found there? This is the BP unless oh, I'm such an idiot.
With draw debug ticked on for now. We'll add much more functionality to our weapons in the future, but this simple set.
Yeah, and now fire hitscan. Alright. Compile. Don't break. And yeah, but wait, one thing. Over here, we don't have an animation class. Animation blueprint FPS. Perfect. Well, the camera is a bit low for my liking. I would rather, I think it would be nicer if it just could go a bit higher. There we go, and a bit back. There we go. Oh, that's festive. And if the mesh could go a bit to the right. Okay, might be a bit too far, like more of a... Why is it red for item? .8. Like this, perfection, festive. And now we also have to set up fire control. So input in production fire, which would then go like this, and we add another one, which will be, you wouldn't guess it, but in production fire, which would be left mouse, and
Setup will show that we can successfully communicate between the player and their held weapon. Finally, we'll tie everything together by adding a weapon.
oh yeah, and in BP player also an event graph, I think. Fire, and over here, fire event. No, nothing. Why? How am I supposed to, like, unless I should do it in here or in here? Oh yes, like this. Event fire. Event fire. Fire. Call function fire. Yeah. Not quite. It's not quite playing the montage. That's weird. Print string festive. That's why I'm guessing, because it's not a single thing. Compile, and still not doing a single thing. Ah, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We'll keep the event fire for now. Target is BP heavy militaria. Or maybe because this should be in heavy general. How about that? And also maybe because the child is non-existent. It's nowhere. That also makes sense.
To the player pawn. Navigating back to first-person character, add a new child actor component to mesh 1P called weapon_BP. Set its class to weapon_base and its parent.
Alright, cool. So BP player, viewport on mesh, add child actor, weapon_BP, and this will be BP heavy general festive.
Socket to grip point.
Oh yeah, and I didn't add the grip point, that is true. Which means we have to go to the player visual, first person visual skeleton, if I'm not mistaken, and on the right hand, I mean left hand, sorry, left hand, that's where I always add the grip point. Add socket, grip point heavy. There we go. And now this will be, parent socket will be grip point heavy. And now we need to position it in a way so that, there we go, so that this would go to the left. The entire size of it should be a bit smaller probably. We'll see how it works now. And back. Yeah, that hand is not really quite working, but do we care? Oh, we can't move right now. No, I'm unable to move, but this looks sick. It's very massive and takes up a lot of space. What happens if I bring up perspective a bit? And if I bring you ever so slightly up? Yes! It's too tilted, in my opinion. A bit too tilted. We would need, yeah, this is a bit too tilted to the left. I mean, you can see it like this, very tilted. But for that, we'll have to fix the animation, actually, the idle animation, not the thing. Oh, that looks good though. It does look good though. I cannot move. Which I'm guessing shouldn't really happen. Oh no, just my left. Just two of my inputs don't work. Oh no, how they work depends on. Okay, so I can move back and I can move to the left. Oh, because collisions. Let me guess, collisions with this. Disable collision or something? Collision. Relevant for level bounds, maybe? No. Oh, it's still raining. That's so cool. Oh, it's so lovely.
Open the view model skeletal mesh asset and make sure you change grip point's parent bone to the right hand rather than the default right middle finger. You'll then need to adjust the socket's transform to properly align the weapon mesh again. Back in the player BP, create a new function called getWeapon, setting it to pure, and use the child actor component to cast to and then output a reference of weapon_base. This is how we'll access the component to cast. Create a new socket's transform to properly align the weapon mesh again. Back in the player BP, create a new function called getWeapon.
Alright, player BP. New function, get weapon. Maybe with a normal E. There we go.
Weapon, setting it to pure, and use the child actor component to cast to and then output a reference of weapon_base.
Get child actor, and then cast to BP underscore heavy militaria. So this one shouldn't be get weapon as much as rename get heavy weapon, and then return node with additional output being this.
This is how we'll access the various events we set up in the parent class with inputs from the player. Back in the event graph, use this pure
Errors are for noobs.
function to call the fire event on weapon_BP when the fire input event is triggered by the player.
Oh, that's how we do it. So input action fire. Wait, first let me check if it works. Print string. Festive, so maybe start it. Actually, no, triggered. Start it, ridiculous. And means that right now we just do get weapon, get heavy weapon, yeah, it's a function. Target self, I don't actually quite know why. That's, well, fine. Targets, wait, that is actually required, this target. Why would you require target self? Outputs, inputs, name, description, category, default. Wait, how'd you how'd you change this function to be so slick?
With inputs from the player. Back in the event, we'll access the various events and then output a reference of weapon_base. This is how we'll access the various events we set up in the parent class with inputs from the player. Back in the event graph, use this pure function to call the fire event on weapon_b.
No, my function won't be as slick, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Event graph, get heavy weapon, and then
when the fire input event is triggered by the player. Lastly,
fire.
we'll add a bit of placeholder code to our construction script to set the weapon's child class to weapon_basic rifle. In the future, the child class will be set dynamically as you equip, stow, and pick up different weapons.
So in construction script, weapon BP, and that will be set child actor class, and this would be the BP heavy militaria. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, yes. I'm so glad. Fire, and that's the wrong fire. Heavy military. Oh, that's also great. Basically, every fire will be for a different gun, which... Oh, that's so... Yeah, that's perfect. Basically, fire function is dependent on the gun, not dependent on the... It's dependent on the gun, not depending on the parent gun, which basically means we can set up different things to happen when a gun fires for different... Oh, that's lovely. Oh, that's great. First of all, though, collisions. No? Viewport? Disable collisions? Something? Because my mesh is colliding. Or maybe FP... No, this should have enabled collisions. This should have disabled collisions. Did I not disable collisions for these? Am I mistaken? Disable the collision test, disable the collision test, all of those are disabled. Well, then I suppose we just are colliding with our own gun. That's not great. That is not really great. Wouldn't call that fantastic. It's actually quite problematic for ourselves. Yeah, I just can't move to the right. Muzzle is in the wrong place. There's no result. Huh. That's... Also, if you hold, then the muzzle stays in the same... Oh, because muzzle is... I see the issue. What we need to do is we need to go to the heavy metal. That's actually a very simple thing to fix. No, it's in heavy general. Fire hit scan, and just add it with the get world location of the camera. Should be close enough. It won't be perfect, but it will be close enough. Add it. Is add correct? I think it should be. No, it still stayed right over there. I think great. Oh, because I didn't plug it into this. Okay, well. It's better, but I wouldn't call it great. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Can just add... It's because this is the position in relation to the player. Get world location. Weapon BP offset root mesh. No, weapon BP. Yes. No. So we should set up some sort of different way to get the muzzle. Which would be... it's not perfect exactly, we wouldn't call it perfect. Wait, heavy military are here. Can we set muzzle position? Oh, well then we can just set it based on the location of the... this won't really work though. It has this exact same issue. Oh no, wait, it won't be exact same issue because we can set it to the world location of... Okay, yes. So we can basically get components... Because this is for every specific gun. So over here we can just set it up to be like this. And considering that's for a specific gun, we can just get the... Oh, that's so well made. This tutorial is amazing. I should get no credit for it. This is all tutorial. I would like to mention that. This gun, and now from this gun, let me just open it up. I'd like to create a muzzle, so add sphere muzzle, which would be 0.1. Yes, and its location would be, was it 88, 35, 34? A bit higher. 89. No, wait, 88. 35. 36. Yes, 88 and 36. 0.01, no. Actually, maybe just 0. Ah, this could lead to some inefficiency problems. I should just disable. It's visual. Disabled visually. 8836. I could add something that won't require it. For example, the snubbling. And now in here, can we drop it? No? Can we? We can drop this. No, don't add actor, only get BP. Oh, cast to BP master militaria, yes, and then get it's not existent, is it? Rename muzzle nav. Get muzzle nav, get word location muzzle nav. There we go. But that's only during construct, and I don't want it during construct. What I want this during all the time, which means I have to take all of these and I have to update it every single time. Is it efficient? It's not. But it's actually not horribly inefficient. Now I just add it to fire. And now every single time it fires, basically, you just tries to access object maybe instance of. No, this requires to always be loaded, which can be expensive. But the error type of object is undetermined. Connect something to cast to as BP master. So I just need like actor, get actor or self. Can I just do this? Would this work? Muzzle nav cannot be found in BP heavy militaria. Master militaria, that's the issue. Like I can see now, I can see. Can I just, am I certain I cannot get it right here? Get BP. So we need to somehow get this here. Normally shouldn't be a problem, but it is. Why? well. Actually, wait. Don't we already have this? Isn't Child the Gun this exact thing? It is. So cast it. Warning, does not inherit from cast to does not inherit from child active. Ah ha ha, would always fail. At least you're telling me that. I do appreciate it. That's very smart. They were checking, but it's kind of unfortunate that I can't really take the thing. So I play right now, then it fails. Engine access blueprint components in another blueprint. That reference a blueprint from another blueprint, yes. So I can just add the variable, which would be the BP master reference, which would be a BP master militaria object reference, and then if we get this here, then we could just reference this, which would work if this had a default value of well, that's kind of the issue, because I need to get this right here into this default value, which isn't quite working. But I did do a player reference in a similar way, but the player reference I did do a player reference, but the player reference is different, because when it comes to player reference, you just use where is it? Where's the player reference? Is it in here, event graph? No, this is master military, heavy general, event graph. There we go, get parent actor, cast to PP player. That's the issue. I can't really get parent actor, only get actor. That's what I would need, just get specific actor. Get actor of class BP master militaria. Get actor of class BP master militaria. There we go. And now we just have to set BP master reference and I'm so smart. I am so. To be fair, it hits itself. It hits itself, which ain't exactly what we are looking for, because it should be red, but it hits itself, which ain't nice. Which means for the fire hit scan, we should take two additional variables. In here, fire hit scan, this should take in two additional inputs, which would be a vector, which would be mazu pos, and then self gun, which would be a actor. Would it be actor? What would it be? That's a good question. What would that be? That would be a BP master militaria object reference. Not damn it! BP master militaria object reference. There we go. And now we just make array, add this, add pin, and make array with this too. And you use this right here. And just like that, we compile it, we go to heavy militaria, and we basically, instead of setting it as a variable, we go straight for it. Like this, and this right here, we also go straight forward. And now, lovely. Now only one more issue to fix, which is player colliding with itself. That's the only issue to fix. Collision C#, not quite C#, but oh yeah, Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine. Something did seem off. Unreal Engine is getting huge. I'm so impressed by everything, but Unreal Engine definitely gets additional point for using C++ instead of C#. I get it, like, not every engine can use C, not every engine can be Godot, unfortunately. Because I'm pretty certain in Godot I'm pretty certain Godot is better suited for C than Unreal, because you could use C in Unreal Engine, obviously. Wherever you can use C++, you can use C. But it requires a lot of cheesing. Collision setup. Okay, so we need to I'm sorry. We need to go to still collision, I suppose, in heavy militaria. Discharge the gun. Collision. No, doesn't work. In construction though, we could just set it as a heavy general right here. This is in event graph, you begin playable casting. Over here you are just set actor class, and we could also set this actor's class, set disable collision of this one. Instant structure by, okay, great. This say collision. Get component bounds. You can get component bounds. Not quite what I want. I want to disable the collision. I mean, I suppose this is collision style. How to detect collision between the player. Ignore self on overlap collision. I mean, this is already ignoring the thing, but the my only pickle right now, the only thing left to fix. Heavy general and try the gun collision. To be fair, we are loading in the this one. So maybe this one is the one that we need to fix. Collision. Presets, no collision. Yes. Oh, but all of it. No collision. Festive. Great. Now, obviously we're not doing only one tutorial. How long did it take me? It took me 4 hours to get to one of them. To be fair, we did set up a lot more. And we also didn't do it with default stuff. We already did it with appropriate things which we prepared. And this one is important because if I'm not mistaken, in here we'll actually have the camera movement.
In this video, we'll be fleshing out the player controller we set up in the previous episode by adding smooth crouching, coyote time, and visual
Smooth
feedback for
crouching,
jumping
that would
and
be
landing,
nice.
as well as the first layer of procedural animations for our view model.
Yeah.
If you found this video without watching the startup episode, welcome to the channel. I'd highly recommend
That should be funny because that is the first video I found and that's how it was
going
greeted.
back and working through the first video in this series to get
No, I'm
caught
not
up to
kidding.
speed.
I was
But
looking
if you're
for
already
animation
working on your
things.
own project, there's still several techniques shown in this video that may prove useful to know. It's also worth mentioning that portions of this video where a lot of nodes are placed are shown as a time lapse.
Yep,
I'll still
I
be
know.
explaining it still in this to your project settings and add an input called crouch bound to left.
So let's add an input, controls, input action, which will be input action crouch. Crouch, this will be responsible for crouch and slide, but slide will be for the future, not for now. So for now, crouch, good enough.
Control. Then we'll open your first person character blueprint and add a call to this input.
There we go. They add new, oh my goodness, they all open every single time, by the way, you click, unless they don't, but let me check. Wait, no, this one remove. Yeah, every single time you click a single, they all open. Why? Crouch. Quit that. Control. Festive. And now we go to the PP
least
player.
output of this will lead to a set timer by function name node. Set function name to check can stand. Set the time to 1/60 for 6.
Set timer by function name. That's on released, so on completed. Set timer by function name.
60 checks per second, and set looping to true. Promote the return value of this node to a new variable called uncrouch timer. After the pressed output, add a clear and invalidate timer by handle node with the handle input using the return value of our set uncrouch timer. Add a new
Okay, so this one should be 0.01. That's what they started with. Check can function name check can stand. And then from this we go to clear and invalidate timer by handle with the started and break to this.
custom event called stand up, then add a new timeline component called crouch TL with play coming from the pressed exec line and reverse.
Rename stand up, that's what it should be, and then what
Timeline value of our set uncrouch timer.
add timeline crouch timer.
The new custom event called stand up.
Wait, whoops, no, this should be rename crouch timeline. Makes way more sense
Then
actually.
add a new timeline component called crouch TL with play coming from the pressed exec line and reverse using stand up. Open
Okay, so
crouch
far it
TL.
makes sense that the crouch timeline will be just the animation of crouching, and then, you know, if you crouch then you go down, if you stand up then it's playing it in reverse. Okay, makes sense.
with play coming from the pressed exec line and reverse using
What now?
stand up. Open crouch TL and add a new float curve called crouch alpha.
Add a new float curve crouch alpha. Makes sense. Okay, so this will blend in from the uncrouching to crouching. Okay.
Set the timeline's length to 0.2 and use last keyframe to true. Right click.
The issue is you have an older version. It kind of messes up me a bit. Use last keyframe, yes, and length 0.2.
To add keyframes to the curve, and make sure to change their type from linear to user, and use the values for each.
Okay, so add keyframe. Time 0.2 and value 1. Time 0 and value 0. And then user.
Shown on screen now. Back in the event.
So it should look something like that, huh? Well, kinda. It does, kind of.
Graph. Promote the timeline's output to a new float variable called crouch alpha.
Cool, okay. Makes sense. Because we want to use that, okay. Promote to a variable crouch alpha, yeah. Okay. On update.
And create another new float variable called base walk speed. With the
Base walk speed. Yeah, so for you change the speed. Okay, base walk speed. You change the speed when you're crouching. Okay, so you see, this was going way faster. Previous
default
one took us
value
4
of
hours.
600.
Well,
We'll
me,
then add a
I'm
lerp
an
node
idiot.
and use crouch alpha to lerp between base walk speed and half of base walk speed. Grab
Okay, so lep, which I'm guessing is like a combine with an alpha, and base walk speed get with multiply by 0.5.
a reference to the character movement component and set its max walk speed value to
Makes sense. Set max walk. Yep, okay. Character movement first, maybe. Character movement. Or like get character movement. And then that to set walk speed. Set max walk speed. And lap. And this right here. And this right here. No, and this right here. There we go.
the output of the lerp node. We'll then create a new float variable called stand height, setting its default value to whatever our capsule component's half height is. In this case, it's 96.
Okay, so you just created a stand height, so it's pretty self-explanatory, stand height. And how high is our stand height? Great question. It's no idea. How high are you? Well, would that be a 70? Oh, half height because it's from the middle, so the full height is double that. Okay, that's oof. Okay, that okay, makes sense. Right, and did you set the default value
Another
to?
float variable called crouch height, setting its default value to 55.
Okay, so you just set up the default as these would be 70, and then the crouch height. It shouldn't be half, right? It should 55, but 45 then in my case, because I do have a bit different one.
This value
Oh no, it is half. It's actually it's actually half. I'm an idiot. 96, 45. It's around half, yeah.
as you'd like to get a taller or shorter fully crouched height. Add another lerp node, and again use crouch alpha to lerp between stand height and crouch height, dragging it around.
Understandable. Get crouch. Damn, this tour is so
Reference to the
good.
Capsule component. Call set capsule half height with update overlaps ticked on.
Yeah, and then you're changing the size of the cups. Yeah, okay. Logical. Yeah. Set capsule half size, half height. There we go. This.
And use the output of the lerp node to drive the half height input. Now we'll create a new function called check can stand, making sure that
So to check if there's something above the player. can stand. So check if there's something above the player, because if there is,
The spelling is
Let me guess,
identical
with a
to what we
trace.
inputted in our initial
well,
set
first
timer by function
get
main node. Every
actor
time check can't stand is called, we'll perform
location.
a sphere trace in the upward direction.
There we go. Then we'll get a crouch height, stand height, crouch height, and then we subtract them. So stand height minus crouch height. Check the difference in between them, and then
Function name node. Every time check can't stand is called,
this one should be split struct pin, and then make vector. Lovely. So we remove the z only to get the position on the. Okay. Yeah, I think I get it. I think, yeah, maybe. Yes, yes, I do. Okay. Now lap between break and crouch alpha.
we'll perform a sphere trace in the upward direction, making sure we have enough room to stand when attempting to uncrouch. If
Multiply by 1.1. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that's the fine tuning which would take me hours because I'm an idiot. That's why I'm so glad I'm watching this instead. Because I'm a mess, we'll add them like this. And then we should add those together. Once again crossed because
the
mess.
sphere trace doesn't collide with anything, or
Get actor location and make vector. We should copy these. And get this here.
if our character is mid-air, we'll successfully call our stand-up custom.
Yeah, sphere trace by, I knew it. Sphere trace by multi, don't do multi. Sphere trace by channel. And then we'll get the end, and we'll get the start, and we'll get the this, and we'll get the capsule component. Will we get capsule component? Well, anything honestly, and then get capsule radius. There we go, and then we multiply it by 1/2. I feel like this is fine tuning more than just radius. Yeah, I know. That's why. Blind trust. I trust in octahedron.
Event.
And make a rate
Proceed
to
uncrouch,
skip to yes.
as well as
So
clearing our uncrouched timer. Feel free to pause this time lapse.
I will. I will feel free to pause this. Yeah. That is you don't get just how quick it's moving. Wait, not and no wait. Not can I like this? Not equal? No. Not and or boolean, and then character movement is falling is falling. It's capsule component, not character movement. I'm such an idiot. Is falling character movement, and then branch it to go for the either uncrouch or crouch, right?
At any point to copy the nodes I have set up in this function. There's mid-air, as well as clearing our uncrouched timer.
Oh boy.
Feel free to pause this time lapse at any point to copy the nodes I have set up in this function.
I will. You don't have to tell me twice. Now, if this is true, then stand up, and then to actually uncrouch timer, get and clear, and yes, this.
I have set up in this function.
That's the thing. Let me show you just how quick it is, because it is a timeless.
Time check can't stand is called. We'll perform a sphere trace in the upward direction.
Like, I wish I
Make
had
sure we
these
have enough
mechanical
room to
skills
stand
in
when
normal
attempting
games,
to
not
uncrouch
whilst
during
making them.
landing.
Well,
We'll add a set
too
timer
far.
once this is working at any point to copy the nodes I have set up in this function.
Yeah.
At this point, you should be able to smoothly crouch under obstacles. If the crouch key is released while still underneath a blocking surface,
Wait. I cannot move. At all. That's not good. That is not good. I wouldn't call that optimal. Why can I not move? Make a ray of self. I feel like this isn't interacting as a child like it should. To mesh components, interesting character. This isn't, I feel like this isn't acting as it should because it isn't quite recognizing the fact that FPS mesh is the main mesh. Which is bad. That's not what should happen. We are colliding with everything. Oh, I can move now. Oh, just when I press Control, I just lost the abilities to move. Okay, what did I screw up? What did I do? That started when complete. Maybe when started and cancelled. We can also get from like triggered if this in order to really see. Okay, this I can move, and then once I crouch I cannot, once I fire I still cannot, so it's not the issue. Break link to triggered, break link to cancelled, yeah. Issue somewhere else then. Did I mess up the connections here? Validate time by handle. That did I?
with play coming from the pressed exact crouch out and reverse using stand up. Open crouch T out type. Promote the timeline's output with the base walk speed and half of base walk speed. With the wherever our cap height function set toward direction.
Unless this wasn't just an example.
Is released while still underneath a blocking surface. The function we set up will continue as so. Once this is working properly, we're ready to move on to setting up coyote time. Back in our do so, if we have space to stand. Automatically uncrouching the character once there is enough room to do so. Once this is working properly, we're ready to move on to setting up coyote time.
What if it isn't? Like, hypothetically, just, you know, as a... Just, you know, if I was just curious, check, like, what if it isn't? Can I, like, return node? Just to... So I kind start crouching and then can't stop crouching. Not that great. Draw debug maybe. It's colliding with a gun. I swear, it's colliding with a gun. That's why not let me crouch, uncrouch. The issue is simple. I used the blueprint instead of a mesh, now I'm paying the price. Okay. Now whenever I'm checking the thing, I also have to check the... I have to disable... go disable traces interacting... Disable with a blueprint. So like disable this blueprint for all traces. Properly deactivate UI interaction. Disable traces of blueprints. Target when playing in MP. It's 5 players die faster. The more makes it impossible to follow. I would like to disable traces from interact trace. No. Well then, I guess we'll just have to also include these there, maybe? I don't know. Like, get all child actors and just add them to the array. No? Huh. Combine concat join make Okay, so what I need is to join together to erase. Unreal Engine join arrays. Combine multiple arrays. What's the node? Add. It's just add array. Great. Add. Container in a structure object. Add elements from an array to a set. No, I need to add items to arrays. Add. Yeah, I'm just guessing this wouldn't be an array. Add together. Maybe replace this with a nope. Because adding them together to a set. Oh, for each element, just add them together. Huh. Actually, not that bad of an idea. So basically, self. Well, it's a pretty bad idea. Is there any other way to combine arrays? Isn't there a better way to combine arrays? It feels like it's such a huge workaround. I just making arrays, make array, yeah. Get some sort of part of an array, mixing array or concatenating, make array. No. Spawn actor get specific one, get from an array, yeah. But how do you join arrays? Concat, join, concat, combine arrays. Merge two arrays into one. Have to append each of the three categories to an empty array one by one. Maybe there's append. Append array. Yes. Kinda. I mean, yeah. To be fair, order does matter. That actually kind of makes sense. So we want to append this to this, and then do this. And then do this one, yes. It's still not working. Yeah, doing descendants. All child access. Maybe I want to get all child access of all child access. I have no idea. Better way would be to just disable trace for. Well, the clean way to do it would be just disable trace for all the things that you hold. Add self to array. Excuse me, what is this, by the way? It's an integer. Array. Okay, so I will have to do it like this, but that won't help. Ay, caramba. Ay, caramba. How to stop the gun from colliding? How to disable? Maybe I should just disable blueprint interacting with traces Unreal Engine. Hi. You can store the last hit object and variable last hit object when you line trace. No. I really screwed up myself, haven't I? Shouldn't the gun that I'm holding be stored somewhere in the player? Because that could be useful for the future. Weapon BP target child actor cast to get heavy weapon. Yeah. I have no idea why is it that this thing. Should probably change this function a bit so that graph node compact node title convert a node to display. Wait, macro get heavy. No, that won't work actually. Delete. Yeah, so we could just get heavy weapon, right? And do it like this. Add pin and this. And this will work because with self-object reference. Yeah, yep. You're correct there. Make array. Reference, and you still cannot do this thing. Just festive, which means add to an array, I suppose. This. No, because this is an array of certain type. Great, I love it. I just care about them as like actors. These actors. Okay, this. How about I just make array. Please tell me this would work. It won't. Why won't it work? Why can I not make array? Oh, because this is a child actor. This is a. Can I just give it a like a root, FP root, to not interact with? Make array. Don't interact with this. No, this because array of C components actor object references. Festive needs a reference to an object. This gives us a heavy weapon. We need a reference to that heavy weapon. So get reference BP master. BP heavy militaria. Get BP reference, and there we go. Now self. And now this. Maybe I'm an idiot. Wait, maybe I am an idiot. How am I sitting up here? I'm getting an actor. Oh, but this isn't the same thing. Ay, ay, ay. That was nice. Triumph of gun is what we are looking for. The issue is this has to be generalized. So you can't even use this. Why isn't it working actually with the children? Ignore self, which means right now we can also get self. Get children, old children. Component weapon BP first if I don't know. I just don't know how to do it. Just not great. Because if we connect it all the way, like this. Warning, yeah, I know. Excuse me. Break. We still can't do anything. That's interesting. Alright, let's get self. Make array. And print string. So basically if, there we go, print to screen, which means if it hits something, actually break this. and just this 2 string. Okay, it's true, so it is hitting stuff. I mean, you can see also the green thing flashing on our screen, so yeah, it is hitting stuff. As an issue, can I just get an out hit as a string? Hit result, get surface type. Default, that doesn't help. Get collision, find collision EV. Maybe when setting it up we shouldn't, because it is colliding with something. Maybe with the cam skeleton. Maybe over here, collision. No collision, nope. Okay, all of them, like all of them. Okay, all of them might not work. This one, collision. Nope, isn't there. This one, collision, and we already have collision handling from that. Collision, no collision. This doesn't even have a collision system, doesn't have a collision system, doesn't have a collision system. This, no collision. No boy. Very festive. It's colliding with something, yet I don't quite know what. And should be higher up, right? Yeah, because we're adding stand height to it, yeah. Sphere trace. We could also do line trace, maybe? No, because we need it on the sides, that's true. We could just take the camera and just move it back like this. Compile and see. Well, now we don't see. Oh, there we go. We are colliding with it really deep down, though. That's weird. Self collision is clearly turned off. So all of this can't recollide unless it's colliding with the floor. That's interesting. It would appear to be kind of colliding with the floor. What's the height of this? We get active location, we add the stand height to the Z, and then we add it to the crouch, the stand height minus crouch height. Wait, we take the stand height. So over here we have the difference between the stand height, okay, yeah. We add the stand height to the... Mike, why do we add the stand height? So the start is at 0. I don't think it should be 0, I think it should be... 0 really doesn't seem right. Wait, this plus stand... No, wait, Z? But now the entire thing is red, so that's weird. That's kind of weird, a bit. Let's check if we are falling, maybe. We are not falling. So let's check if we are not hitting a single thing. We are not hitting a single thing, which means this is true, which means true goes here. Oh, that's interesting. This is true. We're not hitting... Oh, wait, yeah. This is true right now, which means this is correct. We fixed it, but now there's another issue somewhere. Now determined to find out what it is. I mean, we cannot move, but is it because of the... Yeah, after we crouch we cannot move, but we can jump. Something is really screwed up. Something is really majorly screwed up. Wait a second, so we changed our max walk speed to be base walk speed, which is, let me guess, set to 0 as a default. Well, big surprise. I set it to 4096. Stand height 70, 30, coach alpha 0. We should change it to be 0.1 then. Okay, so there we go. If so, crouch alpha should be set to this. So it does walk. It only walks. Maybe triggered should be here. Maybe. I mean, this is certainly the updated and better movement. So really nice traction. But we don't appear to be uncrouching. Are we uncrouching even? Are we even trying to like uncrouch? I don't think we are. Oh. Well then. We'll fix the lack of speed change later on. The lack of speed change is a very bad sign. It's a very bad symptom. But...
Back in our player character's event graph, we'll call the event onMovementMode changed and check whether the new movement mode is falling.
Okay. On movement mode changed. Branch check is so wait, how'd you check it? What would you do?
We'll call the event. We're ready to move on to setting up coyote time. Back in our player character's event graph, we'll call the event onMovement.
It's a logic thing. This. It is certainly a logic thing because. What and how and where? Why? Equal. We're checking if it's... I could have expected that actually. Falling.
We'll call the event onMovementMode changed and check whether the new movement mode is falling. If the player is falling, we'll add a set timer by event node, as well as a new custom event called Coyote Time Passed, binding it to the timer node.
Coyote time passed? Did I hear that correctly? Coyote time passed, yeah.
Normalize the vector length of our pawn's velocity to a range of 0 to our base walk speed variable.
Alright, so get velocity, and then we get the vector length, and then we just normalize to range.
And clamp the result. Use the result to alert between 0.25 and 1, and multiply the output by a new float variable called coyote time. setting its default value to 0.35. Plug the product into the time input of our timer node and promote the timer to a variable.
This should go over here, this should break, this should 0.25, and this should 1, and now multiply.
Called Coyote Timer. Add a call to onLanded and onJumped, using both to clear Coyote Timer once we've officially landed or successfully.
There we go, this right here, then move all of it to the left because we need more space. And you also, no exceptions, return value multiply and this into time.
Jumped. For those who don't know, Coyote Time is a timer once we've officially landed or successfully jumped. For those who don't know, Coyote Time is a technique in games meant to give the player a grace period in which they can jump while in midair, preventing frustrating situations where their character just walks off an edge because the jump button was pressed a split second after leaving the surface.
So we have uncrouch timer and then also coyote timer, which should be a timer handler. Alright, that's actually very neat, yeah. That's why I call this timer, which would be timer handle. Timer handle. Get input and yeah.
For first person games, this is especially helpful as you usually won't be looking down at the ledge you're jumping off of, but instead outward at the location you're trying to jump to. To complete this feature, we'll start by overriding the built-in canJump function. Right-click on the input node to call the
can jump. How do you override it?
We'll start by overriding the built-in canJump function.
That's
right-click on the
override
input
it.
node to call the parent function, and get the remaining time of our Coyote Timer variable to check if it's greater than 0. Function, overriding the built-in canJump function. Right-click on the input node to call the parent function, and get the remaining time of our Coyote Timer variable to check if it's greater than 0. Use an OR node comparing the outputs of the parent function call and the greater than node, then use an AND node to make sure our uncrouched timer is inactive, and therefore that we're not under a surface that would block a jump if we're crouching. Pass the result into the return value of the return node, and we finished up our Coyote time. To add some
Okay, and then you just uncrouch time get is timer active by handle.
result into the return value of the return node, and we finished up our Coyote time. To add some feedback to jumping and landing, we'll start by adding a new custom event called dip, with 2 float inputs called speed and strength, both defaulting to 1. Then, add a new timeline called dip TL. Get a reference.
Alright, cool. There we go, that's the thing. I still cannot uncrouch, which... I should fix that, right? I should fix that. I should, well, yeah, I feel like I should fix that, but, oh boy. I mean, it's not like it's presenting any problems with movement, it's just the max walk speed that doesn't change, and well, yeah, base walk speed. Wait, base walk speed, what do you use base walk speed? Over here, and I multiply by 0.1. Linear intervals between A and B. Percent, yes, so this is off. This is way off. How is that? Like, the biggest you can get is 4,000. Isn't that what I set up as my movement? Character movement, maximum acceleration as maximum acceleration. Okay. Max walk speed is 600. Understood. On it then. Event graph. Max walk speed 600. I'm not moving up. Should I be concerned with that? Like, I'm moving down, but I'm not moving up. feels I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Set capsule half height is not quite working for me. Can we go back that segment, please?
Stand height and crouch height. Dragging in a reference to the capsule component, call set capsule half height with update overlaps ticked on, and use the output of the lerp node.
Crouch alpha, crouch height, stand height. Well, yeah, but I mean, doesn't quite. Wait, what's the new? Whoa! What's the new time? What's the timer settings you've got?
Its default to the output speed. Grab a reference to the character movement component and set its max walk speed value to the output of the lerp node. We'll then create a new flip is. If the crouch key accesses graph, we'll call the event on movement mode chain.
Check can start. This function doesn't exist. But it is. Alright, so if it's true, that means can stand. So it can stand, but it's not standing up. Alright. Alright. So then the uncrouch timer. Completed, and then set timer by function name, uncrouch timer. Validate timer by handle. Yeah, but and then uncrouch. Oh, we don't have uncrouching. Okay, yeah, there we go. We don't have uncrouching yet.
And check 0.35. Plug the product into the time input of the timer node and promote the timer to a variable called coyote timer. Add a call to the player for their character just person game, but instead adding the built-in can jump function. Right-click on the input node to call the parent function and get the remaining time of our coyote timer variable.
Can jump. Do we have it, or did I already check and stand? Is it overwritten somewhere? There it is.
To check if it's greater than 0. Use an OR node comparing the outputs of the parent function call and the greater than node. Then use an AND.
Wouldn't this mean that if it's greater than 0, which means that it can jump, but time remaining by handle. If time is greater than 0, and if we are not uncrouching, well, I can jump both while crunching and uncrouching.
Node to make sure our uncrouch timer is inactive, and therefore that we're not under a surface that would block a jump if we're crouching. Pass the result into the return value of the return node, and we finished up our coyote time. To add some feedback to jumping and landing, we'll start by adding a new custom event called dip, with 2 float inputs called speed and strength, both defaulting to 1.
Alright, well, first of all, let me just change one thing. Like crouch height, stand height at 70. Let's change it to 700, and let's change the crouch height to 10. That's interesting, which means we get the stand height. That means we get the stand height, don't get the crouch height. 75. One day I'll figure out which one it is. Yeah, 75 is good enough. Okay, I'm getting closer. So when crouching, we get the stand height, because crouch alpha is something is over crouch alpha. Stand up custom event and play it reverse makes sense. But validate time by handle, which means this trigger is going through, but then it's setting crouch alpha, and then when it's setting this, it's setting max walk speed and this, then something is off, which means print string. There we go. Go in and give me that lab. What's happening? I think I got my answer. We are going down, but not completely, which means the crouch alpha. Let's print the crouch alpha by itself. So the crouch alpha is not going up to 1, which explains everything actually. It's going, it should be times 100 or something. I have no idea why, but fine, let's roll with it. There we go, fixed. Fixed problem. Now we can also change the crouch height from a 10 to a 30. And crouch base walk speed, and then this can change from 0.1 to 0.5, half. Exactly half the speed, seems logical. Now the base walk speed, if I may, 800, because something is, I don't think it's in meters per second. Oh no, it is 600, never mind, I was just looking wrong at it. Sick, festive. Now what we need is a custom event, which will be dip. And it will have 2 inputs. Float, which will be speed, and strength. This actually is very similar to coding, with one difference being, first of all, it's way easier. It's between Python and JavaScript, in my opinion, dipping a bit more into the JavaScript territory than Python. But the workflow is really similar. It's very similar to coding. The same idea. First of all, everything is linear. That's why you have this exec. Exec, you can think of exec as basically next line. That's what exec is. It's just next line in code. And yeah, that's, yeah. You have to
Then
variable
add
stuff.
a new timeline called dip.tl. Get a reference to this timeline. Then use the set play rate node to change the playback speed using the speed input from our dip event. Promote the strength input to a new float variable called dip strength, setting an dip event. Then add a new timeline called dip.tl. Get a reference to this timeline. Then use the set play rate node to change the playback speed using the speed input from our dip event. Promote the strength input to a new float variable called dip strength, setting it after the set play rate node. Now we can call this dip event from anywhere on our character, changing the speed and strength of the dip on a case-by-case basis. Open up the dip.tl timeline, setting its length to 1 second and enabling use last keyframe. Add a new float curve called dip alpha, and right-click to add keyframes to the curve. After changing the key type to user, use the handles to adjust the tangents, matching the shape and values shown on screen now.
Alright, so basically it should look like this. This add, we could copy it completely actually, yeah, might as well, we're doing it. So user, and we'll have 0, 0, then you will be user, and you will have 0.2 and 0.95. Festive 0.63 and 0.12.
Back in the event graph, multiply the variable dip strength by the new float output dip alpha on the
And now in the event graph, you get from the set to the play from start, and we get dip strength.
timeline. Promote the product to a new float variable called dip alpha, and use the update execution line to set this value continuously whenever the timeline is running. Use dip alpha to alert between the starting relative z value of fp root and the maximum distance to offset it down.
Rename dip.
Words by, in this case, 0 and -10. Use a make vector node to create this offset vector, combining the result of the lerp node in z with the current
Lab would be break -10. There we go.
relative x and y of fp root. Then get a reference to fp
root
root
is
and
something
use
that I
a
do
set
have,
relative location
actually.
node to
So
update the
now
location of the component with the timeline.
get relative location, if I'm not mistaken. Break split, sorry. There we go. And make vector with this and this. And lab goes here. With this going to set relative location of FP root. And now we're moving the entire thing. Okay.
And
These
use a
procedure
set
animations
relative
are way
location
better.
node to update the location of the component with the timeline. We can now put this effect to use by calling our dip event after onJumps, setting
So unjumped, which is unlanded. This. Oh, unjumped actually. Unjumped. This also here. And now
speed to 5 and strength to 1.
Dip.
Add a new custom event called landing dip, calling it after the onLanded event. Using our character movement component, we'll get the vector length of calling it after speed to 5 and strength to 1. Add a new custom event called landing dip, calling it after the onLanded event. Using our character movement component, we'll get the vector length of our z velocity 1 frame before we landed by calling get last update velocity. Grab the jump z velocity.
alright, character movement. Character movement. Sorry, get character movement. And get movement base, character movement, no, just get character movement general. Can I just press on anything and do this? There we go. Also festive, get last update velocity, and split this into make vector.
Variable from character movement, and normalize the vector length node result to a range of 0 to jump z velocity.
Oh wait, no, not make vector, only vector length. I guess that makes sense, it would work. Vector length. Vector length, but x, why vector 4? No, this would be vector length 3f. Vector 3f length, vector length. This, yes, split with z going here. And then this to jump z velocity into normalize.
Clamp the normalized value from 0 to 1, and finally call the dip event, setting speed to 3 and drive the strength input with the return value of the clamp node.
Then dip with strength and speed 3. Not 30, not that quick, but 3. Festive. It's a mess. That's good. That's good. Yeah, that's standard. That's pretty standard. Pretty standard mess. I like that. Wait a second. I disabled shooting. Remember that? I remember I disabled it. Where did I disable it though? Is a much better question, because you see, I should enable it. I don't remember where exactly they disable the thing. Fire. Oh. A lot more convenient. This seems so inefficient, doesn't it? Let's check fire. It's in general, right? Fire hits, no, fire hits gun. Fire is in... We can just do this too. Easier. Fire hits can has on fire, no construction event. Has this heavy military though? This could be it, right? Yeah, because we have per weapon, obviously. Duh. Yeah, I'm not even using this. Why am I casting it? Ridiculous. Never mind, I do need it. Target must have a connection. This blueprint is not a... I do need to cast it. Oh, that's ridiculous. So inefficient. And this thing is not even moving correctly. Did not... Ah. It's not moving correctly because the movement animations which we just made, well, which I copied shamelessly, the procedural movement animations are all really nice and smooth, whilst this ain't. It ain't nice and smooth because I made it. And that's good enough explanation.
Now we're ready to move on to the meat and potatoes of this video. Procedural.
That was like an oh boy. It's 5 hours. 5 hours for 20-minute tutorial. That's how much I suck.
Called walking TL and open it, enabling.
Alright, third timeline. So add timeline, basic walking TL. Rename it. Walking TL, timeline for walking. Then we go in.
Add 3 float curves called left, right, alpha.
Loop this, makes sense. But we have to figure out which one is loop. That was a hard guess. That was a difficult choice.
Up, down, alpha, and roll alpha. Add 3 float curves called left, right, alpha, up, down, alpha, and roll alpha.
Okay, so we have left, right, up, down, and roll. Or we could do your patient roll because they are fancy. Right, left, alpha. It's actually festive because when it comes to moving different directions, we do have this, forward, backwards, right, left, up, down, but we don't have this for rotation. We can do rotating right, rotating left, rotating up, rotating down, but then what? Rotating right on the other side? No. That's why you have this your pitch and roll. Roll is the most obvious one because roll is just the rolling, but the rest, up, down, alpha, we don't think about them enough to know it. And roll alpha.
And 1 event curve called footstep. Again, use the handles and the values shown on screen to recreate these curves in your own project.
Oh yeah, you better believe I'm copying this. I'm shameless. So length of everything is 1, and then we have like this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it looks like this 0, 1 with user. Zero 0.75 and 0.5, 0.75 to mention, and 0.5, way higher up than I expected with a user. U will be 0.5 halfway there, and then 1. Big surprise with a user. You will be with a user. User, okay, correct. And you will be, well, big surprise there, 0.25, 0.5 because it's symmetrical. And then last one, 0, 0 with a user. Yeah, okay. That was the first one. Now the second one, which will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's go from the left, so we won't break the animation again. 0. And then user. Then U will be 0.3. And 1. As a user, U will be 0.5 with 0. Let's remake that because right now it will be flat. U will be 0.8. The 1. We should add users only later on, actually. Yeah. 0 and there we go. User and user. Yeah, first we have to add them, then only add the curve shapes because then it don't break. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. That's interesting. And this will be 0, 0, 18. Next one will be 0, 15 and 0. Next one, which will be 0, 4 and 0, 5. Then 0, 65, 1, 9, and 0, 5, and last one, 1, 0, 18. So just like the first one, except on the other side. Now we can switch them to users all to have a nicer shape. There we go. Yeah, it looks a bit better, kind of. Yeah, and last one which are just 2. 0, 35 and 1. Damn it. This. Add. So over here it's just 0, 85. Why is this? This is a constant. Huh. Kinda makes sense. I should end the stream, right? It's been what now? 5 hours. Yep. Good enough time as any. I know, not finishing, but we finished a lot day anyway. Don't mind that. That's just whoops. There is an ever so slight possibility. Nah, it's fine. There we go. Pretty good place to end, I would say. It looks pretty. It's not. It's useless completely. It does nothing, but it looks pretty. Off stream, I'll end all of this basic setup, and tomorrow we'll be able to do guns actually. So that's festive. So yeah, for now that'll be it. Thank you everyone so much for watching, and have a great day. Bye.